Ah, hello everyone, one moment please. I've just noticed that the Factorio version seems to have changed. There we go. No? Why is that not showing? Um, one moment please. There seems to be a technical difficulty here. Oh. Uh, there we go. Right. Hello and welcome to the stream. Slightly bumpy start to it there, but never mind. I think things are probably going okay now. So yes, welcome. And this is Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. And I've been, as you probably remember from last week, if you were there, I hope you were there. I've been working on building up my naquim supplies on this here planet, sorry, asteroid field, and getting things to come through a bit quicker. So, the main problem I've got at the moment, and it's not too much of a problem, or it's a problem that I've already solved, but I need to wait for the solution to sort of to filter through, which sounds like some sort of chemistry joke. Um, so yes, we've run out of sulfur once again. So this ship brought out like 20,000 sulfur with it, but we've already ripped through it all and turned it into acid. So it's bit, which is great because that's the stuff we need, but it's less great because we've run out. So the next ship that's going to turn up is going to have twice as much on it, which is a good thing because we've got a lot of these tanks here that are being filled up with acid at the moment. So we've got these ones need to be filled up for the train to take it away. And then each of my outposty things, like this one, these also have tanks that need to be well, these ones have been filled up. These have got a decent amount in them. Down here, this one hasn't yet, so we're still lagging a bit there. And this one's still pretty full. So we've got loads over here. So, as you can see, we are trying to fill everything up with acid, and it's a slow process because we've only got two machines here making it. But more to the point, we've not got enough sulfur. So the next ship, as I say, is on its way out. No, it's not. It's on its way back to Kalida, to Norvis at the moment, I suspect, or more likely, it's actually arrived at Norvis. Yes, here it is. And yes, so it's unloaded all of the naquitite, the crushed naquitite that was on there, and now it's taking a while, should we say, to load all of the sulfur in that we want. We've got 23,000 in there and only 1.3 there, so we're a bit more than halfway, but only a bit more. Um, and that's because there's a limit to how fast we can bring it in through the train system and through all of this nonsense. So there's a decent amount buffered here, a few thousand, but we're still going to need trains to come over and bring it up to load it onto the spaceship to bring it all the way out to Realm of Shadows, so we can then turn it into sulfuric acid. It's a process, yes. It does take a while, but we've got all of the iron on board we need now, full 4,000 of it, and a decent whack of more ammunition for the meteorite defense guns. So one of the things I did, and I think this was probably in the video, so if you've watched the video, you'll have seen this, but if you're only coming along for the streams, you might have missed it. In fact, you will have missed it, because I did it with the video recording. Is I put in these pumps here, and these tanks that are buffering acid for the mines. So the theory is that when we're producing acid at a high rate, we'll fill up this tank and this tank, which will mean the mines will have plenty to carry on running off, whilst we then dump all the rest of the acid gets dumped into here. So instead of these being starved when we run out of sulfur, which was happening before, we'll now have plenty. And I need to turn that pump back round again, actually. So let's nip up and do that. In fact, I can do that with the like this. There we go. Flip that back around again. So now, instead of pulling out of this station, we're going to start pumping into it as soon as we start making again. But that's going to be a while off now. But in the meantime, we have two of these two mines working flat out because they've got a nice supply of acid. We've got this one running flat out, and we've got, I think it was two of these ones, that one and that one all running as well. So now the weak link in this part is this train here that's beetling backwards and forwards rather busily, trying to bring all of the what do we call it? All of the naquim back to here to be crushed and then loaded onto the spaceship. So I need more of these trains. Basically, is what I'm trying to say here. One train doing the solids and one train doing the liquids. Not enough. The problem is I don't actually have any train parts with me because that was an oversight and I'm not very good at actually thinking of things. So what I plan to do is fly up here, put in an additional depot station, which I can do fairly easily like this. So select all of that. How much am I selecting? Yeah, about that much of it, I think. We'll take, I want tiles and train stop names, so I'll create that blueprint. Now this isn't going to work, of course, because I need to... Oh, I see what's happened here. Right. Yeah, we need to leave a slightly bigger gap than this. So let's delete this station first. This is going to cause problems in the short term, but it'll allow me to have solutions in the long run. So let's get rid of all of that. This bit of track in the middle actually doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to do is space the stations out a little bit more instead of having them as close together as they are, because that means, so instead of putting that in there, if I put it there instead, and then put the next one there, I think, then this means that I can pass this stuff through much more effectively. So instead of, what is all this? Right. So this comes up here. Then we have another underground belt here. No, that's not what I meant to click on. That one. Then we can put an inserter in here to load the train. Then we have another underground belt here, like that, to carry it on being passed through. And we apparently need a piece of belt in here like that. So this will load up all of the trains and with fuel without me needing to do any sort of cunning shenaniganry with splitters or anything like that. So this is a nice way of doing it. It does make the whatchamacallit slightly bigger. What do you call it? It does make the depot slightly bigger, but that's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make, as the saying goes. No, don't get out. So J is normally the shortcut to stick a train into manual mode, but it did put it into manual mode, it just meant I flew out of it as well. Right, so we want to put in that there, and I'm really running out of signals as well. That one there. Let's get out of here. Now if I put this back over to auto, it should go up there, like this, and pull into the depot station. Right, so I've got room for one more train now. Now, I did want to have more signals than this. That one's complaining. Let's take that one up because it's complaining. I wanted to put in at least two more, so I could have 2 extra trains, because I think I'm probably going to need that. So let's do that anyway. And worst case, I can send some more stuff out with the next ship. What was that? Don't do that. There we go. And on this end, like that. And actually, you know what? Let's just put this down by hand. There we go. There we go. Right. So, signals. I need one more signal from somewhere. You know what? These should probably be. If I make these chain signals rather than normal signals, that's how you're actually supposed to do this sort of thing, isn't it? And then put one of these in here, and that'll hold the trains there. Yeah, so that's a much better design. And then I just need to polish off this little bit up here because I didn't do this properly, because I'm foolish, like that. There we go. That's all got fuel now, and then I can put these in. Except I can't because I haven't got any. I can put one of these in. It's overkill, but you know, no such thing as overkill. Only open fire on time to reload. Right. So there we go. I've now got room for 3 trains in my depot up here. So what I want to do is find this train and take a copy of it when it's in a sensible place. Where's it going? Which one's it going to? Okay, it's going miles away. Because I want to have 3 solids trains here. Because at the moment, you see, we're getting complaints here. No stations supplying sulfuric acid. We're gonna get shortages of trains fairly soon, I think. Because this is always hungry and it's empty at the moment, as you can see. So what I also need to do is put in a whatchamacallit stacker on the input for this station as well, so that I can have trains queuing up without having problems. So that'll be my next task. Oh, I was too slow. So what's the best way to do that? Probably just to run this line further out here, loop it down, and then back up with several, and then join them all back up again at the top here. I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it. As I said, I wanted to get a copy of that train. Where is it? Oh, it's on its way back. It's quite a long way back, unfortunately, from the mines all the way out here, which is why I need more trains and a stacker and so on. So, yes, let's give some of these sensible names. So I want to copy this. I want to get caught on this train, apparently. Apparently. Come on, in station. Here we go. and then I want to copy that, and I want to do this. I want to do this quickly as well, which is easier when I'm not trying to choke on something. So I don't want tiles, I do want trains, and I don't want train fuel. So we take that and we put it there and there. There we go. Now I've got an extra couple of trains once all the bits arrive out here for them. And I know I don't have bot coverage here, but I'll work that out. You might be right, Levin. No, I think this is right because a chain. No, you are quite right. Yes, that should be. You're right. That should be a normal signal. Sorry, a chain signal, and these should be normal signals. That's a shame because these are the ones I've run out of. Yes, you are definitely right. Do I have any more in here? I don't think I do. I think I've just used up all of my signals, which is quite annoying. But I guess I'm going to be summoning more stuff to be brought out here anyway, so it's not so much of an issue. No, there's no signals in there. There's another station for some reason, but no more signals. Not in those either. Okay. So what I want to do up here, now that I've got that correct, so trains to here. How many? There's not going to be room for very much if I do this. So what I'm going to do is put a loop round in here like that. Thank you. I've been doing too much stuff with creative mode turned on because I've been trying to make some videos recently, tutorial videos, and so those I've been. I'm not going to say I've been cheating because it's not really cheating. It's just playing the game slightly differently. Yeah, but yeah, those I haven't been worrying about using. I've been using creative mode all the way through, and that when you do something, when you put down ghosts for something, it just immediately builds it because why not? You're cheating, so might as well. I'll run this through here like that, and then I can pull that up. And then the exciting part is I can do. Oh no, I need to have room for signals in there, so it has to be at least a double gap. Is that there? Yes. And now this is what we call a stacker because you can stack multiple trains in here, and they can all wait there while they're waiting to go over to the station over there if there's a big queue. To be honest, using LTN for this is a bit ridiculous. This probably should just be normal trains, but I'm using LTN everywhere, and you know, in the future, oops, there's a fairly high chance I'm going to want to introduce what do you call it? I'm going to want to have another set of trains doing things like bringing ice to certain places where it's needed. So having a proper full LTN system here is probably the way to go. Okay, so again, I want to put these across here like this. Ooh, hope that train is okay. It's not going to kill me. And up here as well. Actually, this does need to be a chain signal, or at least that one certainly needs to be a chain signal, because I don't want any trains going in there until they can go all the way past. No, until they can go all the way to here, I guess. Oh, but it'll copy that one. That's probably all right, I think. Yes, you're probably right, but I want somewhere for the trains to be stored, because otherwise because I'm going to whack the limit up on this station to like 6 or something. Yes, they do unload quickly, but where's the thing? Here's the thing. So I'm going to set the train. I'm going to set the train limit here to 4, I guess, because that's all of the trains. Actually, I don't need a train limit. I just need to make this. So we're getting in 2,400 each time. Have I actually set this up correctly? I think I have. Yes, I have. That number's correct. That number's correct. There's room in here. Actually, these are 500 stacks each. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 3. That's 3,000 stacks available. So 30,000 naquim. So let's set that to minus 20,000, and just try and drag more and more and more of this stuff in. So this is always going to be bringing in as many trains as it possibly can. Okay, so that's nearly done. The only thing left to do is I pulled up that piece of track there. The only thing left to do now is to put in the roboports so that we can actually get the stuff I want up there. So we've got one here already, which is kind of a shame because I kind of wanted to keep them separate, but that's not realistic. So we'll put a roboport there. Then I need to have another one over here somewhere. I need to put the scaffolding in the right place, like that. Like that. So that'll get this bit, those signals put in, and then I need more of these up here. So let's make this brush a little bit bigger, like that. In fact, let's set that to there we go. The stacker exit signals are chain signals. That one, is that covering it? No, it's not, because that'd be helpful. So I actually need to come right up here with this. Boom, there we go. And that's powered as well because of the magic of these things. So, right, once the train parts arrive, this should all be set up properly and everything should be hunky-dory. Good. Trains go screaming up through the stacker like that. That's all fine. And now let's see if I've got time to. No, that ship has sailed. Okay, I'll have to put it onto the next one when the other ship arrives and get the other parts loaded in there. But that's okay. That's not a problem. I think I've now got everything set up here that I need to do, or that I want to do at this point. So let's have a bit of a look at it because it's easy to make mistakes. So I've got the train set up along here like that. Oh, I need to drop off some construction bots into this system as well because it's only got like 4 logistics bots at the moment. So let's also give it a few of my construction bots if I can find them. There they are. Not that many. That'll do. It'll require a bit of flying back and forth, but I don't want to lose too many of them. Yeah, the signals do look very similar. I have to admit, I nerd a little bit over that, but I think this is the correct way to do it. I don't think it actually matters too much, come to think of it, because if these were normal signals, then the train would come in here and one of them would then come out and wait at this chain signal. Oh, I do need to put that there, though, I think. Yes, because otherwise a train sitting here will block trains going into the fuel area. Yeah, I think that feels right. I guess I'll find out later when it all breaks. Confidence. Right, so yes, we've got normal signals at the bottom here, we've got chain signals there, got chain signal there to make sure that the trains don't come in here until it's ready for them. We haven't got a train limit set here, so that we should get multiple trains in. We've got signals all the way. There we go. Set that to a rail signal. Is that covered by the roboport as well? No, it isn't. That one I am going to need to go and fix myself. Yeah. So let's do that one myself by hand with my very last signal because I need to have one there. Then I think this is all probably correct, and we should now have all of the stuff being brought in all of the time once we've actually managed to build everything. So where is that? Okay, there's one of the ships and the other one about to pass it on the way through. So that's going quite well. One on the this one a normal signal. No, definitely not. Because if this was a normal signal, then a train might stop across here and block these rails, and that would be bad. And in theory, I shouldn't have this rail going across here. I should have this stacker a bit closer, and I should have another signal in right here, so there's a second train waiting exactly behind this one. Yes, it would. So if there was a train in the station, then this signal would go, oh, yeah, I think you might be right, actually. Yeah, so there'd be a train here, so this would be red, so this would mirror the red. Yes. So what this actually means is it won't go, this whole lot won't go green until the train has come out and gone back into the stacker. So it is wasting a little bit of time. You're quite right, yes. Yeah. Oh well. It's reasonably close. What I could actually do is put a second one of these in here somewhere. That would also do. But yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's do what you're suggesting because I think I don't know. I think I want the naquim to be coming through basically as quickly as possible. So yeah, let's put that there. Yeah, I was thinking that train. Well, I don't know what I was thinking. Whatever it wasn't quite right. Okay. Actually, the big question now is two more trains sufficient? It's going to triple the speed it comes in at, and I think that might be up to the point where it's putting quite a lot of pressure on the on the naquitite mines, which most of which don't have names yet. I know names aren't essential, but it means when an error message or something pops up, it's a lot easier to debug if I know that it's trying to get to an naquitite mine. Right. Okay. I think that's probably enough. Probably enough for now for this system. I've noticed that. Yeah, I've noticed the UPS tends to flicker between 60 and 59 point something. Where is the what I can't remember how to get to debug options. It's one of the F keys, isn't it? No, not F8. No, I can't remember. Hello, thank you for yes, I'm good. It's been a good stream so far. So although I've not got too far into it yet. um, yeah, I think it may well actually that's a bit lower than it normally is. I think it might just be that I've got such a ludicrously oversized factory at this point that it's starting to struggle a little bit. I'm not sure. The factory is getting quite big at this point. Anyway, yes, let's now get back in the ship here and start to think about heading off. So I'm going to head back, and I'm going to go back via Fenestra once again because I had a F4. Okay, detailed info or time usage. There's nothing in alphabetical called time usage. Oh, debug. Oh, GPU. I've got GPU time usage. Oh, time usage. There it is. What's big? That one there. The mod space exploration. Okay, so space exploration is using all of the all of the processing power. I mean, that's not surprising. That's where you'd expect it to all go. But yeah, I think that's not very helpful. But it's about what you'd expect. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is head back over to Fenestra because what's the name? Arundel, the mod author, was kind enough to send me a Discord message telling me how to unlock the spaceship over there, so that I can actually go in and harvest it properly. So let's head off over there and have a look. And as somebody told me fairly recently, it turns out getting to Fenestra takes the same amount of time no matter where you are, and it's about half the amount of time it takes to fly from Norvis to Realm of Shadows. So it actually takes about the same amount of time to go via Fenestra to do this trip as it would to do it direct. So I think I might as well just nip over there and have a look around and get that sorted out. Yeah, I am very impressed at how much. Well, yeah, both Factorio and Space Exploration, they both do an incredible job of as you say, being amazingly efficient. With the sheer amount of stuff I've got going on across the universe in my factories, it's very, very, very impressive. Okay, so the Mark II is on its way back to back to Kalidas, but it's going to be a while till it gets there. So what can you do? I just have to wait for it to arrive. In the meantime, is there anything I can poke at on Norvis while I'm thinking about it? Now here we've got a whole 80 in the station here, so that's not great. What is notable is that this ship has arrived and is waiting. So that suggests that the weak point in my current system is the amount of crushed naquitite I'm bringing in with these ships. So when the other one arrives, that'll give it a bit of a boost and hopefully help things start running a bit more effectively. But it's still this stage seems to be the weak spot. So I may end up making a third one of those ships to sort of try and speed everything up a little bit. Now there's big putting those extra trains in Realm of Shadows is going to improve things quite a bit for that, because it's going to drastically improve increase the speed that the naquitite is flowing through at, because there'll be more trains transporting it through, basically. So instead of just one bringing in a splurge that gets processed quite quickly, there'll be three of them. So the trains will arrive about 3 times as often. It won't be quite 3 times the amount of naquitite being brought in, because this one is already running constantly, but we'll have things should be a lot better with additional trains in there. And if necessary, I can always just make another copy of this whole section and have another 3 or 4 trains. So I've only tripled it, I haven't quadrupled it. And then have another however many trains coming through. So that shouldn't be too difficult, and there's a relatively easy way to get the stuff out there now to put these robots in. Yeah, I upgraded my computer fairly recently, so it's now pretty quick, which I think is at least part of why it's going so fast. um, it's working so well. Yeah, I keep adding to the hardware, which has helped quite a lot. Um, it will break the sulfur signaling to an extent. However, because I've got 3 warehouses here to store it all, I think it'll probably be okay. I know that's a bit of a probably with ums and ers around it, given that what's coming out is basically each ship brings out an entire warehouse full of it when it arrives. But I'm cautiously, actually the 80,000 is going to be, sorry, the 40,000 there is going to be 2 warehouses, isn't it, pretty much? Um, hmm. Yeah, maybe we shall see. We shall see how I decide is the best way to put this together. Thing is, though, once I get up to having once I get all the buffers filled up, the amount in these chests should prevent more being brought out to an extent. So it should be pretty much self-leveling. Um, should be is quite a strong emphasis here, and I do need to have. If I want it to be robust, which obviously I do, then I will need to have in enough warehouses to catch any excess that comes through. So it's probably best if I don't try and 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 guess at it. So I'll think about it quite hard before I put a third ship in. Put it that way. Hey Garrity, welcome to the stream. Yes, thanks for joining. And yes, are you one of those people who can join when we're on British summertime, but not so easily when it's on GMT? How are we doing? Oh, we're there. We are there. Let's anchor. Right, let's not anchor right there. Let's anchor here. Right. Where's Discord? Let's find that command, because it wasn't something I've memorized, because it's a long complicated command, because of course it is. Here we go. Command copy and paste. Right, now I should be able to go over there and harvest this stuff. In fact, you know what? Yes, I can. Excellent. So now I can strip this spaceship for all it's worth. And when I say all it's worth, I mean just basically nick absolutely everything. Right. Let's go and have a look at this. So, unfortunately, I don't have quite as many bots left at this point, because actually, second thoughts. Let's go through here and pick up all of these manually first, because these are going to take bots forever to pick up, and then the bots can do the other stuff. Inventory full, right? I wonder if I'm going to actually have enough storage space for all of this. So we've picked up all of that, all of that. I don't know where all the stones come from, but this is all going to need to be dealt with when we get back. Processed fuel must have come from here, because I don't carry that stuff around with me. That must have come from here as well. That probably did. I don't know. Let's just ditch all of this stuff. Right. So there's a lot of scrap. I hope this is all going to fit in the spaceship. I mean, worst case, I can put down more. I can probably put more storage in this. I'm not sure I can put more storage in the spaceship. Well, actually, no. There's lots of gaps I can fill up with. Ooh, what are those? Naquim processors. Nice. That's definitely made it worth coming here. And all this uranium's pretty valuable too. That and that and those. So yeah, there's either a lot of resources or a lot of things that can be turned into resources, which is as I say, is why I came here. With a lot of thruster suits, but they're all tier 1 thruster suits, so those are less useful. A lot of pistols and submachine guns, and Just ammunition I don't use. Okay. I mean, thanks, but... are there any chests up here? No. Okay, let's get the bots to rip up all of this while I carry on gathering stuff. I said let's get the bots to rip up all of... What? Why? What? Why are the bots only picking up flooring? That's weird. Yes, very much take all of the things. Can't take that apparently. That's annoying if I'm going to have to do all of this by hand. I don't know why I'd have to do it by hand, given that I've now claimed everything and I can get all the things. But for some reason, I don't seem to be able to set a command to... Well, okay. I'm glad to know it's not just me. But this is going to be a little bit annoying. Especially as I keep having to go over here and unload my inventory manually like this. I did consider the having naquim on the sulfuric acid on the ships that to transport it back and forth. Essentially, like I'm doing with heat at the moment, just consider it to be a thing that gets transported like that. But I don't really want to, because then you have to have. The nice thing about the way I'm doing it at the moment is I'm using the same storage system to transport everything. I'm using the same warehouses on the spaceships to transport the naquim home as I am to transport the sulfur and iron out. So it makes everything a bit smaller and neater, and means I don't have to worry quite so much about space on the spaceships. Now, at this point, my spaceship is probably big enough that that isn't an issue. I could probably just cram everything into the spaceship in one go. However, I feel like doing it my way it feels better logistically, should we say? Does that make sense? Yeah, the smaller capacities is definitely a thing. I want to have as big a capacity as possible. That's sort of the whole point of the way of what I'm doing, is I want to take out as much as possible every single time I go. Let's grab the valuable stuff first. Actually, that's probably that's much more sensible. Then start picking up all this scrap and nonsense. Because the scrap, yeah, sure, the scrap I can. Okay, the scrap can all be turned into useful stuff eventually. It's all valuable resources to shove through the what do you call it? No, keep some of that. It is all valuable resources, but I think there's other stuff that's more valuable, basically, like almost everything, even tanks. Condenser turbines are useful. I do use them in quite large quantities. Pipes I use in obscene quantities. To be honest, the spaceship wall is probably more valuable than the scrap, but the scrap I can pick up a lot of really, really quickly and easily without it being too much of a faff, because it's all just in chests. I bet you're all glad I don't do this sort of thing very often. This isn't the most engaging content, I know, but to be honest, I should probably do this off stream, really, shouldn't I? So I'm not forcing you guys to. I say forcing you guys to watch it. So I'm not potentially scaring you guys off to go and find something a bit more interesting. But having come out here, I kind of want to gather at least some of it up. Some of this valuable stuff. Like this. Oh, I'm picking up walls is slower as well. However, I've now uncovered a decent amount of spaceship flooring, so I can get the bots to do that in a moment. That's at least a start. Yeah, and I suppose I could just have an enormous number of ships doing the route back and forth, right, and then just have them all be sort of self-sufficient, so they bring out their own acid and take back the naquim for it. But I quite like I quite like the system where it takes out the where it brings out enough heat and in the form of in the form of the steam it leaves behind, in order to get in order so that the have the system to carry on, in order that the system can carry on running while I'm not there, basically. Because I think that's very worth doing, rather than only mining when there's a spaceship there unloading the acid. I suppose I could still have buffer systems in there, where then it would just unload, and because there wasn't any shared storage, you'd never get any um, overlap is the wrong word, any risk of overfilling. Yeah, so I can see that would definitely work. I suppose the other thing is, though, if I'm building up a massive ship, and it has to be quite a big ship because I'm using the thermal battery things to take all the power out, then I feel if I'm going to build a big ship, I might as well make it a big ship and have it carry a lot of stuff with it. That's sort of my feeling, and I think it makes a certain amount of sense to sort of, if you're going to have a lot of stuff being taken at a time, you might as well make it as much as you possibly can, rather than just going, yeah, we'll throw a bit in here. Oh, that one did have some space. That one's got more space. Where are all these? Why are there so many thruster suits on this spaceship? That's ridiculous. I assume all of this is just turning into scrap. Yes, there it is. 10 scrap. All right, we'll pull up a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to call it a day. And I'll come. So now I've shown you what I'm doing. I can now come back between streams without feeling guilty and just get all of this done. Was I not able to? Yeah. Can't pick up a damaged spaceship console, apparently. Everything else, sure, I can harvest, but the damaged spaceship console is presumably going to remain there forevermore. I'll just pick up a little bit more wall while I'm waiting for the bots to do their thing. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's probably, yes, one thruster suit per crewmate. And yes, Factorio is very much the king of do it your way. There's many ways to do it. Some of them are probably a bit wrong, but as long as you're having fun, then you do it however you like, which is quite nice. I do like that. Right, there we go, practically there. I should probably do my traditional usual request of anyone who's watching on YouTube. If you have Twitch as well, then I would prefer it if you could watch on Twitch. If not, if YouTube is more convenient for you or anything like that, then sure, watch it on YouTube. I don't actually mind. I'm just sort of trying to boost my Twitch count a bit at the Twitch thing at the moment a bit, and so that's the ideal. Right, Norvis Orbit. Where is it? Norvis Orbit. That one. Go. Okay, so now I've got a 6-minute or so flight, I think. Well, when I get up to speed, I think it's about 6 minutes. This ship's pretty quick, actually. I wonder if I should put more engines on it. I do notice the lasers aren't quite enough to keep all the rocks off it, but that's what the shields are for. So yeah, about 6 minutes to go. So Norvis Orbit, yes, I need to put a blue chest on this ship. That's one of these. A request. No, I don't. I need to put a green chest on this ship, like that. Let's see if that actually happens. Should do if there are any. Yes, there's one. Plunk. Right, and this one needs to request, let's see, it's some locomotives. Let's have 10. Some wagons. Let's have 50. No, let's make that 30. And that, okay, all right, that has become 12 apparently. Oh, we need some signals. And I'm going to put some space rail in here as well, because that means I can then have this build up other stuff as well. So if I decide I want to extend the number of, oh no, I can't because it's not all covered. Never mind. We'll have it in there anyway. Okay, so that'll build up those trains and the signals that we're wanting, and then that should allow me to get the naquitite flowing a bit more quickly. Right. So that is, let's see, let's have a look at my to-do list. So I've gone out to the to what's it called, Fenestra again. That isn't even on the list, so I'm just going to put it on here. Fenestra ship breaking. So, more trains and Stacker and Realm of Shadows. So I've done that. Let's cross that one off. Okay, so there are a few more things to do. But one of the big ones is the better productivity module for the naquim production. So at the moment, the naquim is getting taken away as fast as it's being brought in, which is, I mean, sort of okay because, well, it's not sort of okay because there isn't enough. But this was previously the bottleneck. Now we've got these. These are all basically full, so we're waiting for the ship to come back and then start taking these away again. And there's about 1.5 shiploads here, which is a silly number, but never mind. And currently, we appear to be where's Tulip? There's Tulip. Currently, there appears to be no ship on its way back over. So actually, maybe there isn't quite so much of a shortage of the the narcotics I thought there was. It was just a sort of a shortage of what was being passed through, and now it's potentially fixed. We shall see. So if we look on here, what's going on here? Why is this stopped? Or is it stopped? It's not stopped. It's running. That's great. It's just the ship is here waiting for all of the everything to flow through. Okay, that's fine then. I'm happy with that. Is this so? Is there a limiting factor here? Now we have infinite. No, we have sufficient vitalic acid, which is rather nice because I was worried there was going to be a shortage of that. Here, the shortage is in. I mean, there's a slight shortage in this processing step, but only a very slight one. So that's. Oh, this belt isn't fast enough. Oh, right. So what I need is an additional belt unloading this system. So I'll come out here and get that set up when I come out with the module. So we can pump out a bit more of that, and then this will run a little bit faster. It might require a little bit of rebalancing because I'll be shoving in a lot of new extra modules as well, of course, because well, that's how all of this works. But yeah, this could potentially go a bit faster, so that's good to know. Although actually, that might mean a second belt needs to come down from there as well to unload a bit quicker as well. Okay, well that's fine. This is Why these? Oh, what's the number? It's what's the stack size? Is it 10? I think is it 10 or is it 8 or is it 6? I can't remember. But there is a stack size you can set on these where they sync perfectly and you always have full belts coming out. This is not it. There we go. It's 8. Right. Oh, you think it's 12 and 8? No, 8 and 8 seems to work fine as well. At least, yeah, on this side, and then these two are doing the other side. Hang on. No, this is maxed out, and this is maxed. Oh, now we're short of vitalic acid. Why are we not? Has this ship just landed? I'm very confused. I don't know why this. Why? I mean, they do. There's this top side of the belt is running at full throughput, and we've got two belts unloading at 8, two inserters unloading at 8 with 8 each. So, oh, actually, there was a brief pause then. Oh, and there's a gap. All right, maybe you're right, and maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe it's not running flat out. I thought it was. Pass. All right, so what am I looking at down here? So this one should be 12, and the middle one should be 8, maybe. Yeah, it does seem to. There's still a gap there, or have I got those the wrong way around? It's definitely stopped now. Okay, well, when I go in here with more modules and things, then it'll probably start going a lot faster. We shall see. Okay, so what's going on here? Right, these are requesting. No, actually, let's turn all of these into active provider chests, and that'll get rid of everything in them. Then once they're empty, I can replace them with normal chests again. and then that'll get rid of absolutely everything, but it'll shove it all into the logistics network, which is a bit of which is a bit bad. So then I'm going to need to put in a requester chests somewhere inside the logistics network to deal with all of this scrap that's being generated. And I think that'll be the best place for that is going to be here. I think this is probably inside the logistics network. It's not, because that would be easy. Let's put down an additional roboport then. Blue chests. Right, so I want you to request contaminated scrap. All of it. Lots and lots and lots of it. And I want you to collect non-contaminated scrap. Like all of it. Right, so now it'll all get brought over here. I'm being brought random stuff that I might not want, of course, because of course I am. Okay. Oh, there's no power. There we go. Power. Right. Working? Come on, charge up. Am I short of power here? No, it's just slow. Okay. Slow to charge up. Right, so now we should be getting large quantities of scrap being brought over here, eventually. And we've got all of these things up here being gradually emptied by the roboports. Excellent. So they'll put it all out into the storage system, and so for the stuff that I actually use up, like the spaceship flooring and the walls and stuff like that, then this is great because it'll bring it all out and just get it back into circulation. It'll all be used up. Solar panels too. For the more exciting stuff, like the naquim accumulators and naquim solar panels, it's just going to go into it's going to go into storage as well and not be used, but eventually it'll all get used up. So this should be fine. It's just going to be quite a slow process, and I'm probably going to lose about a bajillion bots through it because of the robot attrition thing that goes on. But never mind. Down here it'll all get dumped into the station. Eventually that'll get to a high enough point that these will trip, and then a train will come out, take it all away, and it'll be recycled. I imagine there's going to be 5,000. I didn't pay that much attention to exactly how much I was bringing out. Yeah, I think that's just down to having a decent processor. I'm afraid that it's able to keep up at this point. Okay, while this is all messing around doing stuff, I do want some more of this actually. Take some space rails. Let's go and have a look at the module production facility, because there were a few things I was going to change up there. Let's see how many of them I can actually remember. Now, the first most obvious one was that I was going to put in another station here for, well, there's a couple of choices. I could put it in for just green circuits, because that's the thing that's being used up at the absolute most, and there's a crazy amount of that coming through. Or I could put in one that does green circuits and blue circuits, and then have these 4 for red circuits. Or these 6 for red circuits, rather. Because I think, I'm trying to look at the belts. Yes, the red circuits get used more than the blue circuits do. So, yeah, let's do that. Let's have blue circuits and green circuits being brought in on the new station. So actually, let's just copy this. With tiles, right? Yeah, okay. It's not completely bulletproof with the new processor, but it's much better than it was before. Let's put it that way and leave it there. Actually, let's put that there. Not have those bits. Oh wait, that's not going to fit, is it? There's a reason it was where it was before. Let's put that there where it fits. There we go. Oh wait, and not have that fill up with all kinds of nonsense. Thank you. I hope I was in time there. I really do. So this is going to be electronics. It's going to be green circuits and red circuits. Sorry, green circuits and blue circuits, and not those three. So now I can put in a station here. I hope I was in time with that. We'll find out in a minute. And then green circuits are going to come out on all of these, and then blue circuits on the other two. Like that. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 belts of green coming out. And yeah, I am. This is mostly here to speed up the unloading. And what I have thought of, and probably, I could just. One thing has occurred to me as a way I could improve it. Yeah, let's see if there's any trains that got lost. No, there's no train sitting in here going, I don't know where to go. So I think I was just in time. Yeah, one thing I was thinking I should do is instead of having them unloading into chests, have all of these sort of stations unload into a warehouse, and that way you could have all 6 inserters unloading into the same building, so it would unload faster, and then you could have the sort of pairs of inserters around the edge of it just unloading each of the individual things. So you could have, and that way you'd actually be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could get 9 different types of things into each side of it. So you get 18 different things brought into a single station. Without any problems. So that actually would be a much better design. And next time I do a space exploration run, I shall definitely do that. But I'm not going to change at this point, I don't think. Well, maybe I will with any new stations if I think of it at the right time. But for now, I'm not going to change it. So the blue circuits, I'm going to simply merge into a single belt like this. And the greens are going to merge into 2 belts. One of which is going to go bang straight in the side here, and the other one is going to run along the outside, and I'm going to put in some red inserters as well. And that's going to drastically improve how everything works here, I think. So I'm going to need some more of this. It needs to be 3 wide. That's 2 wide, 3 wide, and come up here like that. Yeah, scaffolding's cheap, but train time is expensive. So if I can save on that, then it's totally worth it. Right, so this is going to not be a thing, so I can get rid of. In fact, let's tell this one to stop requesting greens and blues. So this is going to not be a thing, or rather it is, but it's going to merge in with this one. And then we can have another underground in here like that, and then just have this go in to here, and this will be cut off here as well once this is unloaded at all. In fact, let's do let's just not link that in for now. So we're going to have red unloading all the way along here. That's fine for now. Then I'll do some merging like this, I suppose. That's fine. Pull up all of this. I don't need the throughput of the with the red circuits. I just want them to unload more quickly because there's going to be a lot more of them. Right. Okay, this is all fine. I just need it to use up all of these blue circuits, which tragically means I need some green circuits to come in, which means I need to get this one flowing as well. So that's now mostly hooked up. There we go, hooked up. Yes, this is all okay for signals. It's, well, kind of okay for signals. Let's put a few more in. There we go. So this is all hooked up. So let's wire that in now, like so. So you should now request any minute now. It's probably going to. There it goes. I was going to say I'll come back and have a look in a minute, and then did it. So those two are the blue. This is the first green. This is the second green. Let's switch out to navsat mode. This is a little bit to make this a bit quicker. That comes up there, and then we have it come across here, and the other one comes across like this. So if that there, and there, and there. All right. Hopefully it's some green. So hopefully it's the green circuits coming first. That would be convenient because then this will all start working again. And I also need to put in these red inserters all the way along here. And I believe I noticed I've been running out of power here. Now I'm okay at the moment. These have got very flat tops, so that makes me think it's... I don't know, actually. It's usually when these ones go flat top that you know you've got a problem. And these haven't. Those are actually... No, there is a very flat top there. I think maybe we do have a problem. Okay, so it's brought blue first, because of course it has. Because it could have gone either way, so it went the more annoying way. Typical. Grumble, 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 grumble. Come on, unload faster. Oh yeah, yes, that's why I looked. That's why I looked back in time to see sort of 10 hours ago when, and there was what looked like it might have been a bit of a flat top, but it's hard to tell. I'm pretty sure I am running low on power though, so you know what? Yeah, let's just put some more in because I might as well. Oh, there aren't very many. There aren't actually very many of these at all. So yes, let's put in loads more power. Power. One higher, please. And go along this. I mean, this is almost doubling the amount of power I have available in this area just with what I've put down so far. And I do plan to go further. So let's, at least until I run out of scaffolding. So let's make that bigger. Oh no, I've got plenty of scaffolding. That's not going to be a problem. No! Draw in a straight line, Laurence. There we go. Right, I think that's probably going to be enough. I'm not sure how many times the amount of available power I now have, but it's a lot more. There we go. We're still waiting for the green circuits up here. Okay. That's acceptable. What I will do, however, is take this from -200 to -2000, so we get a lot more of the green circuits being brought in, and so we should have a bit more buffer available then. But until they arrive, there's not a great deal I can do here. However, I have put in circuit drop station for modules, so I can cross that off. Module factory power, I've done that, so cross that off. Better productivity modules, yeah, sure. I'll get on that immediately in a moment. Come on, train. Part of me wants to not have single train limits on these, but it will just cause problems if I change that, so I'm not going to. Right, here we go. So now this is unloading a bit quicker. These are starting to work. Yep, they're all gathering up those modules as they go past. I would like to put in more of these, but I probably could actually. I could double this and see how it goes. But there we go. We've now got a nice healthy supply of green circuits there. So that means we're now starting to use the blue circuits up a little bit. We've got about 1,000 in here to use up, and that's probably not going to last as long as you'd expect it to, because nothing ever does. So let's copy all of let's stop this running. So I'm picking up as little as little stuff as necessary as I can get away with. Let's take a copy of all of this and put it over here. It can be a bit smaller than that actually. It can be that size. Oh, phooey. Let's go and get some more space scaffolding then. These hairy yaks. Space scaffolding is in a big bin down here somewhere. Is it you? Yes, it is. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Fine, bring me belts. No, actually, don't bring me belts. I don't need them right now. I've got enough, I think. I hope. Back up here and extend this whole thing a little bit further. I should have included the scaffolding in the blueprint, in the copy paste, but never mind. It might be far enough, it might not. Yes, it is. It's about right actually. So pull all that up, put that and that down. Oh, I didn't have any assembly machines. Okay, I should always be carrying a stack of space assembly machines around with me because they're kind of useful. However, while I'm ripping up everything here, let's do some reprogramming. So, speed module 1, all the way out to here. If productivity module 1, no. Oh, I can't copy something that doesn't exist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You make the they're in here. That. Um, and that, and those there. Right. So that's all good. Then we have that. This one needs to be there, so we can do this, and then that goes along to here, and then this comes along and goes up like this. There we go. So that's the doubled that, except that most of the machines are missing. So it's a start. I don't know if the input is... Oops, spaceship. I don't know if the input is of circuits is actually going to be able to keep up with that, but we'll find out. Okay, bots, bring me all of the stuff. What am I gaining? I'm getting belts at the moment. So what of this do I know? I've got the assembly machines now. What of this do I not need? I don't need that. Is that... Yeah, that is taking away. So, don't need those. Do need that, yeah. Don't need that many of those, although. Why am I being given 56? This is another one where I accidentally updated my own requests rather than a chest last time, wasn't it? I remember. Same with these, I guess. Yeah, that should be 50 as well. I don't need that many fluid tanks. Pylon substations. Yep, that one's had the same thing. So yeah, what I did last time was I accidentally copied and pasted a load of instructions into my inventory. Ooh, that would sound like a bot crashing. A load of the requirements for something into my inventory instead of the requested chest inventory. So now I've got silly numbers of lots of these things, which is a pain in the was name. That should be 52? No, 50. 202? No, 200 is a much nicer number. Again, here, that should be 50. That should be 50. That should be probably 500. So let's get rid of that and that and that. Oh, I've said 200 of those, have I? Okay. Okay, that's all of that. Made a bit more sensible now. I think I'm using bottleneck. Let's have a look in a second when I'm not trying to fly. I am using mod settings bottleneck. What's the difference? Am I going to find out? This is why I'm only getting mumdy frames per second. Okay, well this is showing quite neatly that I now need to double this as well. So we'll do that in a moment. Okay, get rid of all of the nonsense I'm carrying around with me. Oh, I've installed the what do we call it? The mod that lets you put things into machines around you when you press Shift C, because I've got fed up of trying to empty my inventory the old-fashioned way. So that's a bit easier now. It does mean sometimes you get rid of stuff you didn't really want to get rid of, but I think overall it's probably worth it. Right, okay, so here, let's pull up all of these first. Then I'll need more of this, but probably more than this than that, like this. This can come all the way out over here as well. Just to keep it neat. I don't think I'm actually going to need that many. I'm only doubling this. Then we'll double, trouble. That. Put it there. No, not you. So 4 of those, 4 of those, 4 of those. That goes to there, and that to there. And then we can just copy this from here, because that's going to be easy. Put it there. I do like bots. Oh, wait, this is wrong. Oh no. Okay, it's left. Ah! Fail. I thought I'd finished. I hadn't finished. Right, so that one's fine, except that needs to be there. This one then needs to go down and across and up there, and there, and then this needs to go up like that, and join on there. Okay, that was a minor crisis, but I've averted it. It's now all okay. Right, this can now all chug away happily. So yeah, these are all going to the correct places. Now, the question is here: do I need more machines here? And the answer is almost certainly going to be yes. If I've doubled this one and doubled this one, then it's probably not going to be enough. Missed the end. Which end did I miss? Oh, you're right. Thank you. Was that the end you were referring to? I hope so, because I fixed that one. Okay, now we're short of blue circuit. Ah, here we go. Short of blue circuits. That's actually good, because that means I can do that. And that means I can then also do that. And that. There we go. Right, so that's all. So we've now got all of these feeding into the red circuit supply. It would have been, because at the start it seemed like a good idea to do it like this, because there's so much, because the initial ones all use basically the same components with some very minor changes. Later on it gets all very, very different, so it would have been far more sensible. But yeah, basically because I designed it badly at the start. Last tier, red tier 1 doesn't have a belt. Red tier 1? Yeah, it does. Oh, tier 2. Right, yep, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, it might be worth, yeah, it might be worth me switching to bottleneck 2. Sorry, bottleneck light. I don't know, I haven't, it's, yes, that number is occasionally changing, but other than that, I haven't actually noticed any problems, so, I don't know. I haven't changed anything yet. I haven't felt the need to change anything yet. Okay, this does seem to be keeping up with supply. I feel like this is, yeah, this seems to be okay now. So I've doubled the throughput. I haven't doubled the throughput because we've run out of green memory cards again, green circuits again. I feel like this is just a bottomless pit for green circuits and they're not being brought through fast enough. That's red's there. Oh, there's the greens being brought in. So right, this is unloading and bringing the total in here up to about 1,000. Okay. No, minus 1,000. Because I've got minus 2,000 set on there. Oh no, that's going fairly positive. And these are, yeah, okay, I need to make that a much more negative number, like 20,000. There we go. Let's have the let's have the green circuit trains go absolutely nuts for this. And I think this is going to unload. This unloads faster than another station can load up. So I'm never going to get a traffic jam here. Probably. Oh, I might if a blue and a green arrive at the same time. But I think I'll put up with that risk. So there you go. There's a green circuit request being put in. Okay, hopefully this will be fast enough to bring enough through that it'll work. There's more reds arriving. Okay, it looks like this is turning into a logistics problem rather than a construction problem. So I think that basically means it's okay. It's running, it's probably fast enough. I just need to decide what tier of circuits I actually want. And I've decided on tier 8 because that's the only place they're being stored. Everything else is getting slurped up by the machines as quickly as they're being made. So fine. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 productivity ones and 8 speed ones. I'm going to give that quite a lot longer to just to build up some stock. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to nip over to the Deep Space Science 2 and do some finishing off work over there. Yes, the redoing is a massive pain, and so I'm probably not going to. I'll just leave it being a slightly inefficient design because that's much easier. If I ever build it again, then sure, I'll do it better. But for now, I'm not going to change it. Now, I was going to say, somewhere down here there was a missing inserter. I have found it and put it in, or rather my bots have found it and put it in. Where was it? Oh, it was this one, yeah. So now this machine is unloading again happily. It's going to be using up these memory cards and dumping them onto here. That means that down here we can start actually getting rid of these memory cards, and these machines can start running, and so we're going to have stuff coming through, so this can all start running again. What I am going to do, though, is that, just to take away to fill up a bit more buffer, and the hope is that this will be absolutely fine. This won't cause any sort of... This will all just get used up at the rate it's being brought in at, and it will all just work, TM. We shall see how that goes. But if I've done my maths correctly, this system is going to run at the same speed as that one up there, and all will be hunky and dory. Now, I'm not saying I have done my maths correctly. I'm saying if. So we shall see. But that means we are now once again producing the Deep Space catalog 2s down there. So that's nice. That's the an important step in making science, and getting onto my Arcosphere collection up there, which will be some way down the line and no doubt extremely difficult. Now let's see how my rates up here. So this one is supposed to be running at 1. I need everything at 1 every 5 seconds. So this is okay. This is just fast enough. This should keep all of those machines down there satisfied eventually once they sort of catch up. This one we have 2 every 40. No, we have 12 every 40 seconds, which is more than 1 every 5 seconds. So we should always have a backlog there. Good. These are 1 every 5 seconds with a 50% chance of working, which is why I've got 2 of them, so that's good as well. That's not actually being affected by this speed system here, but that's fine. It's just running these ones. Okay, I believe the system is probably okay. We're just waiting for enough of those to come down here to fill up the internal buffers in these machines, which like to have 4 of everything in them apparently, or maybe only 3 or 4 of them in there. So once enough of these data cards have come down, these should then be happy. Just try and keep an eye on everything at once, but I don't have enough eyes for that. But this does seem to be working, so I can cross that off as well, the Deep Space Science 2 fix, which needs to be done. Right. That's most of the things on the list, I think, which just means I need to make the list longer, of course. It doesn't mean I'm stopped or finished or anything, but I am now waiting for this to build up to the point where it's got 2,000 in it, and it's like a third of the way there now. So when this gets up to 2,000, a train will come in here, grab these catalogs, and take them all the way up here to be turned. No, all the way up here to here to here to here to be turned into the actual science packs. But we've got a bit of a wait for that to happen because there's only 350 or so of them at the moment. So yes, going well though, I think, and I suspect this is now going to be absolutely fine, except there's probably going to be shortages of naquim, because this is going to get through quite a lot of naquim. I think I want to put another one of these machines in, because this is struggling to keep up. And I know we're going to be getting through a lot of... We get through a lot of naquitite... what do we call it? Naquitite... plates in making the naquim cubes down here. These take about a bajillion. They take 16 naquim plates each per cube to make. So yeah, they're expensive. They're also not keeping up. So I think that means I need to add in another machine to make them. So okay, we'll take a copy of. Well, I don't want to get those bits of belts in. I don't want to get that. But yeah, about that much of it. It's not quite right, but it'll do. I'm going to move that. That wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done. Let's move it down to here. And also up to here. There we go. There we go. Right. And over to here as well. Fine. Now I can just paste this in here. There's no liquid coming, fluid handling on the other side of there, so That's fine. I don't have one of these machines with me, of course, because that would make life too easy. And this doesn't reach because that would also make life easy. Is that it? Yes, it just takes in the antimatter. Okay, let's get some more material fabricators and then put another couple of these in. I guess if I'm putting more of these in, I need to put more of these in as well. Or speed module them, I suppose, technically. But I like to put in the things without the speed modules at first, and then put the speed modules in later when I need a further upgrade for whatever it is. Right, so a material fabricator. Let's get a couple of material fabricators because it's a long flight all the way over. Yeah, one of the ideas I was playing with at one point was having the spaceships that bring in the naquim land way over on the other side of the base, where the naquim is actually gets used. I was umming and erring over that because where am I going? There've been various pluses and minuses for that theory, basically. On the one hand, it means the naquim will be brought in to where it's needed really, really quickly. We won't have to shuffle it all over there by train, which is, as you've seen, quite a slow process. The other why you failed? Oh, speed module 6s. Nope. All right, let's scrape up all of this and then go over and put it in the other in the machines on the other side, basically. Ooh, that's a lot of. Oh dear. I wanted that to all go into my inventory, but there wasn't room. Okay, I'll be tidying all of that up at some point then. Oh, I've got problems. That didn't go as I intended it to because I didn't think it through properly. See up here. Right, so what I need is module speed 6, tier 6s up here. So there's a 7s. There's a couple of speed module 6s, and it was the green ones as well, I think. Because, yeah, those are needed for other things, completely different things. Right, where have my bots got to? Let's reclaim those on the way back down. Nope, those. Here they are. Yes, so what was I saying? Oh yes, about parking the ship over on the other side of the base. So it will mean that I won't have to take all the naquim over by train, which is a major advantage because transporting naquim around by train is annoying and slow. Okay, there we go. It means that no, that. Oh yeah, and if I do the big naquim ship over there as well, then that means I can load the probe rockets straight into it from more or less where they're being built. So that's also a good thing. The big downside is that there's no fuel over there. Where am I going? Get it right, Laurence. Sort it out. Here we go. What? I brought some speed module. 6. Oh, it just needs a bajillion. It needs 5 of them. Great. Okay. What was I saying? So yes, I want to take the if I have the naquim being unloaded over there, it has the advantage that the naquim is being unloaded over there, which is a big advantage because that's where it's all being used. It has the appropriate. That is that's 7. That's a 6. So yeah, the naquim is being unloaded in the correct place, so that's a major advantage. The rocket parts can be, the space probe rockets can be loaded on in the right place, which is also a big advantage. The big disadvantage is that I would then have to transport all the fuel over there. One possible way of getting around that is to have a spaceship that comes in, lands over here to fuel up, or anywhere in this area where there is fuel to fuel up, then flies over here to unload, and that is manageable. That is doable, or possibly in the opposite way around. So it lands here to unload and then flies over here to fuel up. It'd be complicated, but it would be doable. The problem with that, I think, is that the big ship wouldn't be wouldn't be doing that. So that would solve the problem with an naquim. But having the big ship hopping around like that, it could be done, but it's a bit of a faff. So for now, I'm going to leave it being done by train and see how it goes. How much raw does a tier 8 module take? A lot. It's a silly amount. 5, 6. There we go. It is a very silly amount. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but it is probably literally thousands of circuits. Actually, one moment. I'll show you the diagram and you can count. It looks sort of something like this, and that's actually only a is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's yeah, it must be a 5 or 6, or I'm not sure. But yeah, as you can see, there's an enormous amount of stuff goes into that, and that's not even my final form, as they say. It gets much worse than that. So yeah, they are ludicrously expensive. That's just how it is. Not a lot I can do about that. But naquim is also ludicrously expensive. So putting in this investment of cheap stuff like copper in order to make massive quantities of naquim much more quickly is probably worth it. Probably. It's possible I'd be better off with slightly lower tier modules, or that's a very good question. Which module is the best bang for the buck? It depends largely on where you are in the game, what your science facilities, sorry, what your factory can keep up with. To be honest, that's the big thing. It's not so much what you. There isn't just an answer. It's how much can you afford. If your factory, if you're in late game and you can afford to make a massive factory that's just pumps through enormous quantities of everything, then you'll be absolutely fine with really high tier modules. If you're still fairly early game, then maybe not. Tier 3 is the latest tier that just uses mundane ingredients, and by mundane I mean stuff that you dig up from Factorio, from Norvis, or directly off a planet that doesn't require any extra massive levels of processing. So as you can see, tier 1 is just green and red circuits. Then you've got green, red, and blue circuits. Then you've got that and batteries for tier 3. So up to tier 3, you only need sort of basic things that you can produce on Norvis. After that, you start to require the rocket science data, machine learning data, and some of the and vulcanite and iridium and holmium. So that makes it a little bit more expensive, a little bit more effort to get. But I think they're still probably worth it if you can once you get round to this sort of point and actually put it in. I've been using tier 3s everywhere because I had the construction of them automated. I didn't have the higher ones automated until I built this facility. So that's why I've been at where I am until now. Christov's argument that any productivity upgrade is worth it is possibly true. I mean, it depends where you're putting it. If you're putting it into your science labs, then yes, I'd say always have the absolute best productivity module you possibly can in your science lab, because everything else in your factory is feeding into those. So having high level productivity modules in there is very worth it. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, but the thing is, you've got you see the rate that these modules are being produced at. Yes, I mean you could make quite a good argument that it's worth pumping in all of the resources into making. If it was just snap your fingers, all those resources disappear and you get your tier 8 modules, then yeah, you could make quite a good argument for saying that actually it is worth it. Let's just go with those and put them in everything, because over time you will churn through enough stuff that it'll produce enough that your free stuff that your modules will have paid for themselves several times over. However, there's also the amount of time and logistics and effort it takes to produce these things. I mean, as you saw me building all of this up, it's taken a while. It's a pretty big job. It's ground to a halt again. It's a faff, to be quite honest with you, to get this working adequately. I wonder if I'm going to get a blue circuit train in here at any point soon. Probably not, because I've set the where are you going? Oh no, you are doing blue circuits. Okay. To say, yeah, so it takes so long and so much effort to actually make these that you're potentially better off sticking with some of the lower tiers for a lot of things. So what I am going to do is head over, grab those tier 8s that I've made so far and shove them in my science lab, because I've just thought of it and I'll forget if I don't. And then we'll wait for some more to be made. Maybe I should cut it off at some point. Maybe I'll cut it off at tier 6 or something like that, and take a load of those off to Tulip for upgrades. I think that might be quite a good idea. I'll have a look and see what I've got in there at the moment. Take all of those. Right. If we have a look now on Tulip. Okay, so I've got, at the moment, I've got, what's that? That's a tier 4. Oh no, so tier 6 is as much as possible. So yeah, these are tier 6. Now, so I'm probably better off upgrading these to tier 6 rather than upgrading these to tier 8. It'll use a lot less resources, so I'll be able to get it done a lot sooner. So if I just come out here and put in tier 6s everywhere I can, I think that's a much better idea. So despite having built all of this stuff, I'm going to cut this off here. And I think I'll do the same for speed and efficiency as well, and just grab all of those and take lots of those out when the system actually, starts working again. Which it is now actually. There's a where's there a backlog here? That's surprising. Oh, because I ran out of blue circuit, so this ground to a halt. That's okay. That's expected. Very true. Yes, and that is a bit of a throughput problem at the moment. Maybe I should upgrade those ones then to tier 8s. You make a good point. Christopher suggested on the YouTube chat rather than the Twitch chat that I should upgrade my that I should come out here to go back out to Tulip. I should put the speed 8s in these, or possibly these, because that would reduce how much vitalic acid I need, and therefore reduce the usage of the vitamelange and glass. And he's not wrong. That is a good point. I could get the same boost by putting them in here as well. I'd still be using the vulcanite, but I could get the same boost to the vitalic acid by putting them in here. But that's a lot more machines, which is why they've all got low tiers of modules in them already, because I couldn't afford it at the time. Oh yes, Spur. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch at the moment. I'm trying to encourage people to watch on Twitch if they can easily do either, because I'm sort of trying to build the channel up over there at the moment, and so yeah. Yeah. So all of the first stage and the first stage and the third stage are all underneath this beacon, so that's easy enough to upgrade with the speed and efficiency modules in here. So yeah, I think yes, yeah, I think I'm more or less decided that I'm going to upgrade everything to tier 6, especially as quite a lot of these aren't tier 6 yet. These ones all are. So if I get all of these up to tier 6, and then as many of these as I can, that's probably a good first step. And then once I've done that, I can then come out again later with tier 8s for this one at the top. It's linked on in the channel in all kinds of places. I think if you look on the YouTube, the banner at the top of my channel, then there's a link there. If not, it's on the channel info page anyway. Alternatively, it's Twitch. Actually, I could just type it in, couldn't I? It's there we go. Nice and imaginative. Yeah, so if I upgrade make sure these are all up to tier 6 as my first priority, then these ones and the equivalent down here, those already are, but get these ones as well. Then that gets me the most output as I can, but with and then upgrading these to tier 8 once I've got a bit more resource, once I've got more modules available later, is probably the correct next step for that. So, how are we doing up here? We seem to have tier 4 modules coming through faster than they can be dealt with. I kind of need to let this run a bit and try and get a feel for how how the backlog is running is doing on all of these. But I've run out of reds again. Yeah, this is just a constant stream of, oh, I've run out of this resource, oh, I've run out of that resource. Here come the red circuits now. Oh, this system is crazy resource hungry. It almost makes me want to put in extra rocket landing pads along here for the three three circuit types. I mean, I could do that actually. I'd have to logistic away the rocket parts, but that would actually not be too difficult. I could just turn this station into a takeaway station, a pickup station, to get rid of all of those bits. So... Right, so we're getting the modules are starting to trickle through here. These are these are getting used up faster than they're being made. Okay, good. So that's acceptable. These probably are. Yes, I think they are. Up here, yeah, that's getting shorter as well. Okay, good. So I think. Are you running? Yes, you are running. This one might be getting longer actually. Maybe it's fairly static. I don't know. That's true actually. That's a good point. If I put in some good speed modules, yes, then then I won't need as many machines with the productivity modules in them. That's an excellent point. But it's still slow. What have I got now? So I've got 8 speed module 8s, 6 efficiency module 8s, 9 productivity module 8s. So actually, I could go out. Yeah, if I go out there, I could put in some extra speed modules. Right, I think I've got a plan. It's a 3-step plan. First thing is that I'm going to go out to Calidus orbit, because I have and boost the amount of power that I'm sending to Tulip, because I think that Tulip is going. If I go out here and just start shoving in better and better modules, this power headroom here is going to vanish very, very quickly. As is, I already get up to 300. Oh, okay. Actually, this is about. Sorry, let's look at the correct place. I get up to. Oh, I'm already using all the power. Okay, so I need to go in and put in another power system over there, another high temperature turbine generator, and all of the stuff to go with it, and also beam a load more power over here, because I think this is going to get sillily power hungry fairly quickly. So I'll head over there and get all that set up. Then I'll fly back to Norvis, grab whatever modules have been built, and then head on to Tulip in order to get this system upgraded. Okay, I think that's probably quite a good way of doing it. Yes, I suppose I could go to some pyramids. That is true. Ooh, bump. But no, I've got some plans on a major sort of. I want to make a sort of a some sort of cool military spaceship at some point, and I haven't done that yet. So I'm going to do that before I go off to any pyramids. But yes, that is another yak I could shave without too much, with only a bit of distraction. Right, so I'm going to need an enormous quantity of solar panels. That's a lot more than this. Let's put in a... no, not you. You. Some blue chests here. I want these red solar panels, and I want 1,000 of them. No, let's say 400 of them. I don't know how many fit in one of these chests, actually. It's probably going to stack to 10, so 400 will be about right for a chest. Was it this one? There we go. So I'll have 800. That seems like a lot, but well, it is a lot, but it should be enough to get me words. It should be enough to get me a good few more gigawatts over there. In fact, let's have a look and see whether it is going to be sufficient. So each of these is a gigawatt. Which one's going to Tulip? No. 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 Yes, this one. Okay. So we've got 2 on there at the moment. We're getting 63%. Okay, so that's that. Yeah. So if I put another two on there at 63%, then we're going to get 4 gigawatts, but 2 plus, call it 2.2. I'm trying to think how big I want to go here, because without too much difficulty, I can have these heat exchangers on 3 sides of the of the receiver, or 4 sides of the receiver actually. Let's just double it for now. So we'll put down. Oh yeah, must remember to take an enormous quantity of this out as well. So we'll put that there, and then these can go. Okay, I need a bit more. Anyway, these will go here and here. So that's 2 more on there. That's probably going to doubling the power. I'm going to hope is enough. I'm going to need to completely fill this area in. So let's make sure I've got enough of this stuff. Probably. I was going to count how many solar panels I was going to put in, but yeah, let's do that. So each of these produces 12 megawatts, and I need 2 gigawatts, so that's like 200. So yeah, I've easily got enough. Yeah, I've brought more than enough. That'll give me plenty to go on with in the future as well. Good. What have I forgotten? Oh yes, I'm going to need the bits to do the actual power itself. So I need to have 2 of these. Perhaps have a supply of 10 of them in the ship. I don't need another of the chamber things. I'm not going to need anything else out there in those chambers. In fact, I'm not going to need anything else out there. At the other end, when I get down to the planet, I'm going to need. I've got the receiver already, so I'm going to need 2 of these. No, 4 of these. 2 of these. Probably going to need a load of pipe, but I've got 100 pipe. That might be enough. Let's have a load more pipe. Okay, well, thanks for joining, and yeah, sorry to hear your internet is terrible. And that was me thinking that Britain was the place that had all the bad internets. Yep, I'll be getting on with it, and we'll see how far I can get. Fingers crossed. So we have that. Oh, and we need some condensing boilers, condensing things as well. These condensing turbines. Actually, I just need turbines. No, I'll use condensing turbines because I've got loads of them lying around at the moment. So we'll have some of those. And I'm more used to the design for that. Okay, I think that's probably alright. And I'm going to come back here anyway to investigate the module situation. Where we're going to have with a handful of these now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wonder why these are being made more quickly than the others. I'm not really sure. But yeah, never mind. Okay. Hang on, I just remembered I was going to go. Before I go, I shall go and put the tier 8 modules I picked up into the labs, because that is a far more important place to put them, and I completely forgot I was going to do that. And yeah, let's do that first. In fact, there's only one lab that needs them. There's only one that's actually being used, and that's on tier 7. It's on tier 7 at the moment. That's not so bad. So we can put those tier 7 modules in somewhere useful at the other end. These speed modules will be useful. The efficiency modules, we shall see. Right, am I at the right? Nope, bonk, straight into the sun. Oh, I hit the spaceship hard enough I ended up inside. Excellent. Right, let's go. Kalidas orbit. How are we temperature? Still 8,000 degrees, that's fine. Kalidas orbit, let's go. Hello, Burrosaurus. Sorry, I got distracted by lots of other messages that people were sending through on the on YouTube. Yes, I think space elevators are going to be very, very interesting. However, I'm also aware that I've been playing this for like a year and a half now, many hundred hours, and so I'm at a point where it's almost I don't know how much I'll do, how much going in and sort of adding them in from scratch I'll be doing. I might replace my main Norvis Norvis ground to Norvis orbit shuttle with them. That's probably the most useful place I'll come fit in. And maybe, maybe the systems that bring up all the resources that's still using rockets. But you can tell how keen I am, or how desperate I am to make sure I'm always on the latest and greatest by having a look down here. And yes, this has been replaced by a spaceship, but over here I've got loads of rockets that are just here because it's tech I've finished. It's tech that works. I've not gone in. I've not had any real need to replace them yet. If I was putting in anything new, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't build it with rockets. But because this is all here and it's all working, I've not really felt the need to upgrade it. I know that we seem to be running out of green circuits here. Is there an obscene number in these? Yes, there is. There's an obscene number in these chests for some reason. It's just horribly unbalanced. Oh, I see why. That should be like that. And this just simply shouldn't be. Who designed this? Honestly. Can't get the staff these days. Right. Okay, so I mean, this isn't going to balance itself back up again, but oh well. Rocket research level for space safety. Rockets. Here we go. Launched 1,000 of them. Survivability 77%, reusability 68, cargo loss modifier 7 for 4%. So generally, it's fairly okay, and these all depend on how far the rockets are going as well. So because these rockets are just going from Norvis to Norvis orbit, they're pretty safe. They almost never crash. It's the ones that come from Ganymede that are the real danger. They crash about nearly all the time. No, all the time is an exaggeration, but they crash a lot more often than I would like them to. Boop. I bet this is going to be the limiting factor of this deployment. Right, that's that. And now I want to copy. If I just copy all of that and put it around this one, then I'll leave some massive gaps. So, here, yes, that looks like a good place. Bloop. Do that. Stick some more down. I don't know how many I've got in my inventory compared to how many I'm going to try and put down, but this seems to be working so far. There we go. Put some more up there. I'm doing this by bot because, as you've seen many times before, I'm incapable of drawing a straight line with a mouse. Let's finish off this. Fine. So badly lined up. Okay, how are we doing now? We've got an extra 23, 25. Okay, that is enough to fill the gap at the top. So I'll take two of some of those. Oh, you know what else I need? I do need that, and also some of this, because I'm going to need some to put down to go underneath underneath the injectors when I put them in place. So let's take a bit more of this. I should be having the bots do this as well, to be honest. Actually, I could do it all the way across there because the pylon doesn't actually need scaffolding to sit on. I knew I was going to not bring enough scaffolding out. I even said it, and I just didn't gather any more up because I'm a muppet. Okay, I'll gather all that up. If there's any left, I'll come back and fill this gap in here. But the first priority is to come over here and put that down, and then this and this. There we go. Now this has a potential of... Okay, that's gradually climbing up. It's a gradual thing. So that's going to get up to 4 gigawatts, which is a lot of power. This is still well within the happy range. So I could probably put another... Let's put another one in, actually, to get a bit more power through. That might be enough for a third... what do you call it? Smaller. Smaller, 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 more. There we go. Oh, it needs to go up a bit further than that. Like that. There we go. So now this is tulip. So we're potentially getting to about 5 gigawatts from that, which is a lot of power. I think that should do nicely for even the hungriest of tulips. And then I can go out there and ramp up the modules we're using over there a bit. Okay, let's go. Let's have a quick look at Norvis Orbit first and see whether whether it's worth coming back here for some more modules. It kind of is, because there's quite a lot there, quite a lot of 6s. Yeah, let's drop in and grab those, and then see how we go from there. So we'll go back to Norvis Orbit, grab them. So what was I saying? Yeah, so I'm going to carry on using rockets for the time being. Space elevators might be a good opportunity to upgrade, actually. Right, so I fixed that problem with the belts here. Oh, it would have been alright just going straight across the top there. That's like I've got here. It's just because there was that weird loop on top of it for some reason. Probably a bad copy paste from somewhere else. That was causing things to back up and have issues. But no, this is now absolutely fine. Yeah, apart from the fact there's a lot more circuits in these two chests than there should be. Apart from that, it's good. There's no real easy way to balance that out, I don't think, apart from go in there and start ripping stuff apart. Oh well, never mind. Do what we can. Right, 40-something seconds. I know. I'll use the time to have a drink. Oh, and thank you to Teletron and GlobAU for the subscriptions. I wasn't paying enough attention to notice those when they came in. Sorry about that, but yes, very much appreciated. Thank you. I've just had a rather unfriendly thought. It occurs to me I could use these long flights I'm doing through space to play adverts on the Twitch stream, but that's just rude and antisocial, so I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to carry on waffling. I appreciate you watching far too much to do things like that to you. So yeah, this all does seem to be okay now. We've got all of the rockets are full. There's actually not as much glass here as I would expect, to be honest. I guess it's not being produced on the other planets as much, and it's all being schlurped up by the trains around down here to be taken to, well, basically to be taken from all the way from here to this one, which is a bit silly, but it keeps the system working, and it was easier to do it by LTN rather than anything else. Ah, we're there. Good. Okay, so came here to to go and get the modules. Up here and here. Might as well get all of them. There we go. Okay, so I've got a bit of a selection going on here. I could get rid of some of the. Let's just take them all out with me. It's easier than faffing around, swapping them around. I do need to use a. Oh. I need to use a different ship to go to Tulip because I have to land. I forgot about that. So I better come over here and take all of... No, not all of this, but there's no point in requesting these things in here. But I'll take all that pipe and that and that and that and that. There we go. What am I being brought? Oh, space scaffolding. Fine. So I need my other ship wherever I parked that. The one that's not quite as sleek and stylish as that one. Is it this one? I think this is the one. It doesn't see. Yeah, it doesn't have the hordes of combinators in it, so this must be my mothership. Yes, it is the bagel. Right. Okay, let's give the bots a moment to fill my inventory up with nonsense again. Actually, let's not. Let's turn that off. We'll let any that are on their way over still drop the stuff off. Oh no, they go away again when you turn it off. Apparently. Okay, that's worth knowing. Ooh, there's a rocket just landing, bringing in sulfur. Okay, well I do get through a lot of sulfur, so that's not too surprising. Right, Tulip. Go. 135 raw naquitite per second. Jeez. Yeah, I don't think I'm at that level. Maybe when I get to very, very late game, but we shall see. Yeah. Teleportation sounds kind of expensive and difficult and complicated and stuff. Right. Now I'm just curious to see how my Deep Space Science 2 is coming on while I'm off, flitting off to parts unknown. So let's have a quick look while we're here. So it was at about 350 before. Oh, now it's at 700. Okay, so it's roughly doubled in the time I've been off faffing around and talking about modules and stuff like that. So that's pretty good. These machines aren't running as fast as I was expecting. So somewhere up here I've got the maths wrong. This machine in particular is producing annihilation data every 5 seconds. That should be okay. Should be sufficient. Unless these machines are running faster than every 5 seconds. I thought these were every 5 seconds, because this is a 70-second crafting... Wait, what? 70-second crafting time, okay, but it's at crafting speed 4, so it's a bit less than... Oh, okay. I think I might have got dropped a number in the maths somewhere. I was expecting this to be the correct number, but apparently it isn't. Yeah, I don't know where I went wrong there. Oh, no, I'm very confused. So it probably is producing them at 1 every 5 seconds. I've just got these a bit faster than absolutely necessary. How close are we? 5 seconds. That was an excellent time to come back and have a look. And drop and land. We'll land here because it's tucked away out of the way. Right. So, what were we saying? We're saying if we come along here and we put in, if I upgrade this first machine to ludicrously high level modules like that, and basically as high as I can. So that's all 7s and 8s now, so it's going to produce massive quantities of output, but it's going to run really slowly. So in order to compensate for that, I'm going to cut this here for now and just see how I can whether I can get this to keep up. If I upgrade this to speed module 8s, then just out of curiosity, how much power are we using? It's plus 2,000% for power, but it's only 10 megawatts, which isn't that bad when I'm pulling in. Still only a gigawatt. And this is running at crafting speed 11, so it's pretty quick. As opposed to this one, which is running crafting speed 14, but only running at where's my productivity? 58%, 86%. So there's a difference there. What have I put in here? I've got 2 7s left. These are all 7s. Okay, fine. These are all 6s. So these should be run. This one's running at 12.4. That's made less of a difference than I was expecting, having the extra. Oh, this one would be running at. What? Do efficient productivity modules? No, they knock 40%. Oh, but you just add the numbers together. So yeah, okay, right. So this is adding in enough speed to make that sort of worthwhile. But it's not keeping up. So if I put that back in there. And again, I can upgrade these to that as much as possible. And then upgrade as much as possible along here. Right, so these are all now at least 6, if not better. So that's the best I can do up here. This row are already all on 6s because I upgraded them before. So the next thing to do is to put. I've only got 2 more productivity module 6s. You see, this is the what do you mean drops the efficiency of the beacon or the speed? Oh, is there a maximum of how fast this can go? Also, running out of electricity. That's more of a problem. Right, let's go and increase the amount of power we've got available now. That's kind of important given I've run out. I think I'm going to try and run three thermal systems off the receiver and see how we get on with that. Where is it? Further south, I think. Oh, there it is. So basically, I'm going to take this and put another one in here, wherever it fits. So get rid of that first. So that goes there, I think. I can't see the... Oh, yeah, there. There we go. Put all of this in. Why? Oh, there are other bots coming out to do this for me. Yeah. No! Stupid thing. Put it back. There we go. Forget all of this nonsense. And all of this. And all of this. Let's just put in one of these to cover the entire blooming thing. Like that. And then I suppose another one of those in there. Right, this then needs water. In fact, I reckon I can probably... This feels a bit dirty, but I can just run a pipe over like this. And it'll slurp the water up out of these tanks, and from this pipe over here, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so that's double the amount of power available. I would like to increase it further, but that would require me to... What's going on over here? Why are we... Oh, that was for the old nuclear power plant. And this is for processing of stuff down here, which is no longer being done. So let's get rid of all of this. Why is there a train sad? Okay, unscheduled cargo, that's fine. I know what that is. And then we'll put in a third one here like that. There we go. Remove those and all of this. I don't want any of these. Why are those pipes not down? There we go. Instead we'll put in one of these up here as well, like that. There we go. Right. That's now... I was going to say it's triple the power. It probably... Oh no, it needs water. Where's the input? Here's the input. Can I fit a... No, I probably can't put offshore pump in there. Do I have any of these? No, of course I don't. This feels like a very silly way of doing this, but, you know, it'll work. Right, so now we've got water for all of these. These should all now work. Are you operational? Can't actually tell. No. Oh, these are still heating up, probably. Oh, no, it's just there's no pipes over there for some reason. And no tanks, and just generally no. Oh yeah, connecting the boilers would make sense, wouldn't it? Like that. That'd make a lot of sense. Duh. Oh well, never mind. Right, now we've probably got enough power. Now we've... Don't know why this is 2 gigawatts available when I've got 3 of these, so it should be 3 gigawatts available. Oh, is this... No, this is linked into... No, this isn't linked into the power network, because I put that in the wrong... too far up, or... Did I? Surely not. There we go. Right, are you heating up? No, you're filling up with water, and you're... Not... Oh, I missed with this whole bloody thing. Ah! Right, this is all in the wrong place by a square. So I need to pick all of that up and put it down there instead. Right, now it should work. Now these should heat up. Yes, there we go. Heat's rising quickly. It's like it's hit basically 10,000 degrees instantly. Excellent. Right, so now this is all seems to be working. It still says out of 2. Oh, there's a 3.1 there, so it must be these sort of kicking in and out as they're actually needed, or as the steam levels get to wherever or something. Why is this going chuff? Oh, it's because these. Yeah, it's because these are turning on and off as steam appears. Um. Right, so I think that's down to a lack of electricity demand rather than any problems with the system. So I think I'm okay with that. Oops, that does actually need to be wired in. Put that back there. And tidy up some of these unnecessary poles. Alright, you can have some power as well. Right, I don't think this is actually remotely necessary, but I'm just going to leave it there because it's easier than dealing with it. Okay, so this is all now. Yep, I can see all of these steaming, so I think that's working. Let's head back up and have a look at the processing that's going on. Have a look at the naquitite processing again. Has the spaceship had a fail here, or is it just? Oh no, it's just loading up the train slowly. That's all right then. Don't mind that. That's just it being. I don't mind it being a little bit slow. It's when it starts randomly slicing spaceships in half that I get upset. So up here, yes. Let's upgrade these all to the top tier efficiency modules as well. That'll pull the power consumption down a lot. Has it done it visibly? No. Okay. Still, most of the power is being used by the core. Well, the plurality of the power is being used by the core mining drills, which is interesting. It's still using more than the industrial furnaces, despite all of the all of this. This one using what 2,000 times the amount of power it normally would. Or maybe it's gone down a bit now. Where is it? Oh, no, it's only 300 plus 360%. I've run out of the particularly good speed module. I suppose I could upgrade that one actually, and that one. I could. Yeah, and actually that's a good point because if I do that, then I can get rid of all of these. Stop it. Because these are now enough to use up all of the supply that's coming through, and that's limited by the this stuff, vitalic acid. However, I can slow that down further by potentially. Oh, I was going to say I can slow it down further by upgrading these to a higher tier. And yes, I could, because I do have all these 6s and a couple of 7s left. But I was going to put them into this tier first, because there's more of these machines. And that'll get me more out of my naquitite that's being brought in. This is all already sped up. Is there a visible shortage anywhere? No, the only shortage is of this stuff coming through. So that's what I should do. I should come down here and I should upgrade these to the tier 6s. Oh, but the belt's already basically full. Nearly full. I'd need to put in another belt at that point. Not that's difficult, but it's sort of just another thing. Do I have... Am I being... And actually, I've only got the 2 halves of the belt coming through here. So this is nearly full already. These machines are already running flat out, yeah. Which one's washing? This one. True. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, there's only 4 of them running. That's a fair point. Yeah. Okay. Let's upgrade those to higher tiers like this. It's probably going to need more because the productivity modules will slow it down, but this is probably going to be enough. So let's pull these up and see what happens. And pick up all the random junk that I've ended up dropping. Right, is this now? Is this still sufficient? Let's see. It seems to be. Even with the extra productivity in there, this seems. So this is now, instead of running at plus 24, it's now running at plus 46. So that's almost. No, it's almost double the bonus. It's not almost double the amount that's coming through. I could drop some efficiency. Do I have? How's my power consumption? Yeah, it's still pretty low. All right, all right. I'll put in some more speed modules. Stop going on about it. Wait, this is the wrong system. It's this system up here that I'm currently using as my guinea pig. And I need a third one of these at the moment. So, alright, let's put in another speed module in here. Or two. Yeah, this is clearly not using up all of the stuff that's coming in. So let's put in another machine. And put in the best modules I can, which is currently only 6s, but still, never mind. And another inserter. Copy, paste. Because yes, it couldn't keep up. 2 couldn't keep up, but 3 apparently can. Okay. Now down here we've got. Oh yes, I want to upgrade these as well. That didn't go quite as intended. That one got. Yeah, so I've started to run out of good productivity modules at this point. But how many of these machines are actually working? Here's only 2 of them. Only 3. Let's call it. Let's imagine. Let's leave it at 4. There we go. That seems that is clearly enough to keep this running. Interestingly, we're still using almost all of these machines, despite all the extra speed up and stuff I've been pumping in. Well, these are all. Why are these all paused? Oh, they've got 2. What? Oh, that's a fail. Are the other ones the same? Having the same? No, those all have green inserters. These had white inserters, so they just weren't working. Now I feel kind of stupid. Okay. How are those getting on then? So the two of these seem to be more or less almost enough, but not quite. So I'm going to leave the third one in, so when I come back with some more productivity modules, there's still potential to get a bit more, for that one to run a bit more actively. Okay, this seems to be okay now. I guess I'll now come down. I think I won't start fiddling with this one because it's basically I think I need a lot more modules in order for it to be worthwhile. So I'll come back when I've got some more decent high tier modules for all of this stuff and upgrade some things a bit further. Those are on 8, so that's fine. Okay, well that's going to boost the productivity throughput a bit. I'm not sure by exactly how much. So we've gone from oh no, these I've been upgrading these. So we've gone from 24, 24, 20 to 70 to 24, 24, 86. These should also be higher. Has that happened? Yes, it has. Let's put. No, it hasn't. What? Were these? Yeah, these are upgrade. Oh, you can't downgrade just by dragging across like that, because that'd be easy and useful and helpful. And I'll put these in up here because I feel like it obviously. I don't think it makes an enormous difference, but I feel like I might as well have the maximum boost on one, just on in one area. I get it because this has got all the speed. Well, actually, no, I don't know. This might be going to produce. This might be more efficient to have more, or more productive to have all the good stuff on this side rather than upgrading both sides a little bit. I'm not quite sure, but I can upgrade some of the speed modules in here as well, I think. And I suppose since I seem to be doing this, put some more speed modules in there and better efficiency modules in there, and that gets us down to plus 55 minus 80 minus 80. Okay, let's put in another speed module in here then. Why not? Okay. Yeah, they're except they're cumulative, so yeah. So yes, 20 plus 24 might well be about 50. I won't do the maths now. I might do it for the video. We shall see. Okay, so things are now somewhat better here. We're producing it. We're producing a bit more, but I think I need to go back and forth a bit and just generate better modules so that I've got more of them and everything can be upgraded a bit more. Okay, so let's have a look out of curiosity. In fact, no, let's get back in the spaceship first and start flying back, and then start looking at things out of curiosity. That's a much better idea. Back over to the spaceship. Oh, power is still okay, isn't it? Yes, and we haven't gone over the... Yeah, we've not gone over 1.2 gigawatts. So actually that hasn't made too much of it. It hasn't made very much difference because compared to the core miners, those furnaces don't actually use all that much power. And the fact that I've been able to remove some of them has also helped. So, right, back to Norvis Orbit. And while we're on our way, let's have a look at Norvis Orbit and see how much naquim we have at the moment. 15. So all that effort, and it's made very little difference. There's still... Yeah, I think I need to have... I think I'm going to need to, at some point, I'm going to need to make a system that makes more vitalic acid. I'm going to need to go in and just have a complete redesign of a lot of the stuff in there. And I think that's going to be something, I'm going to wait to do that until I've got a lot more modules, a lot more high tier modules available to me. And then I can go in and just upgrade everything and just boost everything to much higher levels of productivity and redesign it to be more balanced across more belts and have more systems, a lot of which will also be smaller as well. So I think that's probably going to be a better way to do it. Okay, next question. How much of this stuff have we got? 1,000. Halfway there. And it's done 40% of the extra I needed to be done in the time I've been messing around during this stream, which has probably not been the whole 2 hours because I did quite a lot of it out on the other planets first before I came here. So I feel like I should probably put in another one of these machines really, because this is currently the limiting factor on producing this stuff. Now it is being produced at what I consider to be the nominal rate of 1 every 5 seconds. Oh, actually, no, this is going to have the same problem as well if I do that, because these are producing about 1 every 5 seconds. Because if you look, this hasn't grown as much as you'd expect it to if there was a massive surplus of it. So, actually, this is probably about right. I should probably just leave it alone and go, oh, well, I put in 2 extra supercomputers, and never mind. But it's ticking over. It is getting it done gradually. I could actually, let's have a look if I look at the researches. So this only takes 200 of them. 500, 125, and 400. So if I cancel that and put it in again in the end, or can you drag stuff around in here? No, you can't. That'd be far too nice. There we go. Train of thought. Right. Yes. So I reckon at this point I can probably do all 3 of these with that 1,000 packs. In fact, I easily can because that's not even taking into account the probably this one as well. Not even taking into account the productivity boosts on there. So let's manually send a train over to get those. So you go to here and wait for 30 seconds. It's probably going to be enough, to be honest. Then go up to here and wait until empty. So that'll take those 1,000 packs that have been produced so far, take them up there to the other station, and then we can start doing the Deep Space Science 2 and actually start getting some of this arcosphere stuff done. Because people have been telling me horror stories about this and how complicated it is and how much they're and they've been phrasing it as how much they're looking forward to watching me doing it, which I think means you're all a bunch of sadists, but that's fine. It's kind of what these games are about, so I certainly don't mind. So yes, I'll get these shipped over there, get this science done. Coronal mass ejection headed for Frost. 31 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to send out my defense spaceship for that. You might as well just carry on. It didn't take 30 seconds. So that in a previous stream, I built up a spaceship for defending against coronal mass ejections, and so I think this is going to be a good opportunity to give it a test run and see how it gets on at defending whatever planet it was, Frost, from the incoming coronal mass ejection. Because Frost has been one of those where I got it basically working quite a long time ago, and I've essentially left it alone since then. So it's a bit of an old system. It's not powered by a space beam. It's not powered by anything else enormously powerful. Okay, that's not been set up yet. Kind of glad I did this. So it's going to be this belt here, which is this one. Yeah, okay, as I expected, but it's nice to check. So you are to unload them. Then we do that. And then we go, what has happened here? Why is this all so wrong? What is no, you don't do that. We have that instead. Right, that's better. I don't know what happened here, but that was very, very wrong. Yeah, that's the challenge, I suppose, and possibly the fun, depending on how you look at these sort of things. Some kind of masochistic fun, but fun nonetheless. Let's unprogram those so I don't get confused later. Right, so we've got these coming out here and getting stuck. What? Oh, for goodness sake. Why is everything wrong? Okay, it looks like I am going to have to go over there. I thought this was going to be a tell a train to go over, but no, apparently I've got some things in the wrong place, so I'm going to need to nip over there and hit it with a hammer myself. Yes, so the threat of deadlock is presumably going to be what makes it a challenge, and the challenge is what makes it fun and interesting. So, yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a bit brain melty when I first look at the what's required, but I'm sure it's going to be fun to actually get it working. Right, that's fixed both those problems. Now these are coming out down here. Good. Dribble, 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 dribble. Pass along here. Tum-ty-tum. And when they get round there, yes, they are. They're going to get loaded into the machine, and we'll start to make science 2 eventually. You're running very slowly. It's not a power problem though. That's fine. It's just it takes 120 seconds, granted divided by 10, but 120 seconds to make one of these things. Well, 2 of these things. Twelve seconds isn't too. Why are they going? Oh right, okay. Yeah, they're. Oh, it's to make 4 of them. Oh, it makes 4 of them. Right, yes, okay. So it's just that half of them are getting sent up round here. So once this backs up all the way down to here, then it'll be much faster. So it takes in. Oh, it's 1 broad space catalogue, 1 catalogue, 1 naquim cube, etc., 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 and admittedly 2 pack 1s to make 4 pack 2. That's not too bad actually. That makes it feel a lot cheaper than my initial impressions of the recipe. And here we're making 2 for each one. So okay, but you know that's not too bad. It feels a lot better than if it was only making them 2 at a time or 1 at a time or any other horrific number. So, yeah, good. So those will, of course, then I don't know why I'm flying down there. Let's just use the navsat to have a look. Those will trickle all the way along this belt here, come all the way down here. Eventually, okay, there's a long way to go. So what I will do is I'll put in this belt for the tier 3 and 4s while I'm hanging around, sort of thinking about this area. And while I hopefully have enough belts in my inventory, yeah, there's about 500 of them. That's a long old belt. That's going to be when this fills up with science packs all the way through. That's going to be a lot of resources tied up in that. One of these. Let's just gradually go around and update things to the big pylons, shall we? And then I did copy that one, didn't I? Yes, I did. So I need to put in a red cable to there. So this is my alarm system that alerts me. What? Yeah, there we go. This is my alarm system that alerts me if there's any sort of problems with the sushi belt. If anything gets passed all the way through here and comes out at the end here, this will sound an alarm so I can come over and hit it with a hammer and fix it. That reminds me, speaking of fixing things before they become problems, this is presumably going to... Oh, no, I've already done it. It's that one. Never mind. So down here, we're going to have another splitter materia there, like that. And this is going to pull out things that I can't even discover yet. So let's lift that up and for now. Because I'm going to want to use that to split out the 3s and 4s. My umbrella ship probably has a name. Here it is, this one. What are you called? This is the Xenon. So no, it hasn't been given a new name. So if you want, if chat would like to come up with a good punny name for the solar coronal mass ejection umbrella defense ship, please let me know, and I will very happily change it. And wonder why there's a pipe missing in this ship. I should probably go over and fix that. I mean, it gives it a little bit more water storage. That seems to be all it does. Actually, these are all full. I hope this isn't... Oh, no, there's one over here that isn't full. That's okay. I should probably put that pipe in. But not right now. Okay, have any of those... Yes, here come the science packs. Oh yeah, we're already 25% of the way through the Arcosphere collection. Nice, that's gone really quickly. Okay, because yes, we have a lot of speed here, including a couple of speed module 9s that I've pulled out of pyramids, and then down here we have a lot of productivity modules. So it's yes, it knocks 45% off the speed each. So we're at but we're still going at plus more than 500% faster than normal, and with 133% productivity. So we do more than double the amount of science you'd expect from each science pack. So that's quite nice. It's not raining men. No, I'm not convinced so far. Pridwen is interesting. It's a little obscure, but it's interesting and sort of classical, so that's quite nice. It's better than calling it the Brolly Good Time or something like that, or for He's a Brolly Good Fella, or any other Brolly pun. Right, I don't know why I'm standing here watching a science lab. Let's go over and poke that spaceship. I'll put the pipe in, and yeah, okay. Pridwen is an interesting enough name, and I'll have to try and remember why when people ask me in the future, or when I'm trying to find it myself later. That's going to be a challenge, but never mind. Am I close enough? Yes. I'll call it the Pridwen. Pridwen. Go away or I'll hit you with my umbrella. Yes. Right. Okay. What next is my next question. I suppose the big thing that's going on at the moment is the module creation over here, and these are just the tier 6s. It's kind of slow. I think probably the next thing to do might be to just say yes. I'm just going to carry on making the higher tiers of all of these and just go all the way up to 8. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, then that might be enough to make about 2 of them. So, Umbrella Corps. Umbrella Corps. There we go. slightly more military name because it's defensive, but that's at least easier to remember. And yes, it's sort of vaguely military, so having a sort of a vaguely military name feels like it makes sense to me in my own little skull. So good, and that's what matters around here because it's my my playthrough. Right, the next thing I'm going to... Yeah, let's go over and tell it to start making higher tiers of modules. But what I'm also going to do is pull up all of this stuff. And I'm doing this by hand because last time I did it by bot, it meant the other bots ended up doing it all and all the stuff got taken away. But now my inventory's full because of all of these. I don't know why I've got more than a round number of those, so take some of those away. These are all I'm going to take all with me. Raw materials I don't need. I don't know why these are in my inventory in the first place. Let's get rid of all of that. Okay, I know why the blue circuits were in my inventory. That's not so much of a mystery. I can do that, and then thanks to the wonders of the even distribution mod, I can then just flit up here and dump all the stuff I'm carrying into all of these machines like this. Now, it doesn't seem to get rid of modules, which is mildly annoying. I think it's probably because if it did, it would try to put them into the machines rather than just putting them in as an ingredient. But that's a bit of a shame nonetheless. So you want these. There we go. You want these. You want these. 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 Unloading my inventory is a full-time job in this game sometimes. These. And 4s. Do I have any? No, it's just reds and greens I've got now, so. No. No! Put them in there. Oh, it's a 7. I'm in the completely wrong place. What's that? That's a 6. Next one up. This one. Right. And okay. And I'm just going to set these running and get the really, really high tier modules because why wouldn't I? What have I got left? I've got some 8. So I've got the 8s. I've got some 6s here that will go in the 7. I've got some 6s that will go in the red 7 in here. And I've got some 5s that will go in the red 6. There we go. So that's basically all the modules except those 2 that are top tier that emptied out of my inventory. I don't know why I haven't put these blue circuits in something yet. There we go. Right. Good. That's all of that tidied up. Kind of. So now we can just leave this running. Why is this ground to a halt? Oh, probably because I came along and put the 50 of each module into all of these. So these are now playing catch up. So we'll just leave that running then and worry about something else. So looking at my list, what have we got? Probe rockets for Realm of Shadows. That's a manual thing, unfortunately. 10 o'clock, right? So yeah, so what I'm thinking for the probe ships is over here we have this thing here, this big ship that flies all the way out to Realm of Shadows to get with all of the supplies in order to make the sulfuric acid to bring back the crushed naquim, yada yada yada. You all know what this one does. All of the supplies to that. One of the things it needs to take out is from here it will take deep space science probes and the probe rockets in order to launch them. But there aren't any probe rockets in there because they aren't being made here. They're being made way over on the other side of the map, and it's a faff to bring them over here. And so we're trying to keep this reasonably full, and I think we're probably failing at that. So we might be going to run out of this deep space science at some point, not too distant future. So I'll do a little bit of that manually. Ooh, we've got at least one of the researches done. Over here, or rather just beyond here, I've got this facility that builds up probe rockets and the probes to go in them. Now, this is great for these two. We've got the solar ones and the asteroid field ones. And this isn't working fine. This ship hasn't flown off and gone to go and get more. And I'm not sure why not. Why are you sad? What have you not got that you need? Launch disabled because there's no fuel on board. Why isn't... Oh, right. Yes, this is so this has been the new version of space exploration requires booster tanks for taking off from space stations, and these spaceships were built in the old version and didn't need booster tanks then, but do now. Right. Okay. Let's take some probe rockets anyway. Lots of probe rockets. Okay, let's go and get... Right, I'm going to be playing tennis with myself, going back and forth across the map at this point. So I'm going to need to bring back some ion booster tanks to go in those ships. But I can also take the probe rockets across this way with me as I go over there. So that's down here. There we go, put the probe rockets in there. So now when next time the ship arrives, it will automatically be filled up to the level, to having the correct number of these rockets in there. They'll be shipped over, and they'll come back with a massive quantity of the science data cards that we can then shove into the into the science system. So I also need a couple of rocket boosters. Now I imagine they're probably being made down here because generally rocket stuff is. However, it's going to be a lot, unless they're really... Oh, rocket boost. Probe. There we go, these ones. 6. I've got 3, I'll do. Right, back over the... Nope, just head face first into a spaceship. Alright, back over the other side. And I can put in these booster tanks. I think there should be room to put in a pump as well and the tanks, which is kind of how you need to wire them up or hook them up, because you need to make sure they're always full before the ship goes anywhere. Ideally, because otherwise you'll have problems with insufficient fueling for them. So, right, booster tanks. I think there's just about room there. Oh, actually, this works even better than I was expecting it to. So I can put that one there and that one there. Then I can put the pump in there and there. That'll fill that up. I should probably disable this ship, actually. Oh no, actually this is filled up and it hasn't gone. Why is it still not gone? Oh, okay, because it needs another integrity check to be done. Okay, in that's actually quite convenient because I'll let this tank fill all the way back up again. So we've got a full 25 in there and 10 in there before it goes anywhere. Right, so if I do an integrity check, the ship should more or less immediately leave because it'll suddenly have 40 out of 11 gigajoules of energy. And it's now able to... still not going. Right, well, I'm not going to get on the ship because I don't want to go with it. So let's have a look. This is the signal to leave to go over to parts unknown. To go off to the asteroid belt, launch speed. Yeah, good. That's connected to these ones. So we're saying if there are no data cards, which there... Why is it got low electricity? It's got these, and it's connected. It's even connected up to here. Oh, because that's not actually connected to anything. That's why. Right. Okay, so we've got... That's outputting a tick, that's outputting a tick, that's outputting a tick, that's outputting... That's not outputting a tick, because we don't have 5 or more asteroid belt probes things in here. Why not? We have 1. Okay, so something has failed down here. So why are you not making asteroid belt probes? You are, but they're not being exerted. What? So there is one in... Oh, no, they're not being made. No, they... Did that go anywhere useful? No. Where did that go? Do I have a yellow chest around here somewhere? I'm very confused. I don't know why that wasn't passing them out into the chest. There's no limit on there from that. Oh, is this... Ah, I see. Yes, I see where this has gone wrong. So these are Yeah, the logistic networks have got joined, so this will only exert when this will only exert when there's less than one. This should actually be less than 6. There we go. That's the fix for it, and this should also be less than 6. It's fine to create them when there's no yeah. So because the logistics network covers the whole area, so it needs to, in order for the bots to do well what that bot just did, fly them from here into here. These need to be on these need to be on the same logistics network. That means this needs to be looking at the logistics network and going and counting up to 6 for the ones in there. Whereas if I had it wired directly to this, then it would only need to count to 1. So that's why. Maybe I had them wired directly to these before, and I removed the wires and switched over to the logistics network without changing the rules otherwise. That sounds like the sort of mistake that could easily be made. Okay, so we are churning those out at a reasonable rate now. We've got 2 in there. I don't know what happened to the other one. Have I got it in my? Has it appeared in my inventory somehow? No, I want to take those away with me, I think. No, I've got boost. So I've got that. No, I don't seem to have any probes. I don't know why. No, it's not that one. It's not that one either. It's that one. Or is it that one? No, it's that one. Yeah, I haven't ended up with it in my inventory. It won't have gone in any of the other boxes, I don't think. That's weird. I seem to have just lost a probe, which is rather upsetting because they cost like 1,000 pieces of memory, 1,000 data cards each, which is kind of pricey. Oh well. So yeah, anyway, I believe this is probably now fixed, and so eventually. Okay, it probably got deleted then. That's a shame. Yes, Levin. Yeah, I was. Yeah, it turns out you. I think you were ahead of me on that, but I was staring intently at the screen, trying to work out where I'd gone wrong. Went into the buffer. Oh, we've got 3 now. Mate, you might be. Yeah, you're probably right there actually. Yes, because there was one that was in there, and then it made another one. And yeah, okay. All right, it hasn't been lost. That's much better. Right. Okay. I think there's nothing more I can do for this area apart from go, why are there no data cards? And I think I know the reason why there are no data cards. It's because they're being made, but slowly. Because when I set up this system, I pulled somewhere in the region of I don't even know how many. Was it 20,000 of these? 20,000 of the catalogs. Oh no, 20,000 data cards worth of catalogs out into this area here. So that has completely wrecked my data card production for a while. They're still being made as fast as possible. Where's this one going? Where are you taking them to? Bio. Okay, so all the normal sciences are now desperately asking for data cards so that they can start making all of the stuff I'm demanding. It wasn't helped by the fact that I also went in and requested all of these to be brought here and these to be brought here. So that was another many data cards, 5 train loads of data cards. So yeah, that's been a big, sudden and unexpected load on the data card production system over here, which clearly has not recovered yet. Yeah, so we just need to wait for this to all run through, and then eventually it'll gradually fill up again. Well, the module production isn't a problem anymore because all of the things have ended up over there. So until we actually start until I get through all of the modules, and we won't have the same thing again where we pull in all 12 types at once. 9 types at once, because these are got through at a third of the rate of these, which are got through at a third of the rate of these. So it's only these ones that are likely to be pulled in again remotely soon, and there's still hundreds in here. So, I mean, I can make a good. If I can make 450 modules of this tier, I can make. Oh no, it's 12 because there's all 4 of them. Anyway, yeah, it'll be a while until it becomes a problem again. And to be honest, it's not the end of the world if these things are struggling a little bit. I just need, as long as they are still producing and producing at a reasonable rate, it doesn't really matter. yes, it gets through a lot of resources, but yeah, also yes, resources are cheap. I don't know why this isn't pulling in copper rockets anymore. I obviously decided it wasn't worth it for some reason. Uh, is the copper the limiting factor here? No, no, the memory card substrates are. Oh, because we've run out of them. Okay, so that should mean we'll get another spaceship up with them fairly soon. Let's have another look down on Norvis. Following the trail back as you do. Over here, okay, we are producing these as quickly as we can. Um, possibly coming down here, actually upgrading all of these to modules, tier 6 modules might be a good idea. Although I've left all of the, I've put all the modules into other things, and then putting in more speed and things along here as well. That's an interesting question. I don't know how to work that out because we've got the production graphs here, so I can look at it over the last hour, for example. Is it easy enough to check? I don't know if it is. I mean, I can look at how many core fragments we are producing or using. So in the last hour, we've used about, call it 200,000 because that's midway in between the two of these. So that means, and a core fragment turns into how much iron and how much copper? Let's have a look. So a core fragment turns into 6 iron and 5 copper. Okay, so that's just a 200. That's a 200,000. So that's 1,200,000 iron and sorry, 1.2 million iron and 1 million copper. So if we now have a look at the ores, I've used in the last hour 131. Oh, 16 to 6. Okay. In that case, it's a bit harder. But yeah, I forgot about that. So we've used 200,000 of those. So 16 to 6 is 8 to 3. Call it 3 to 1 because as a rough approximation. So 200,000 of these would make 70,000 70,000 iron and iron ore. We've used 128,000 iron. So more than half, but not enormously more than half, has been coming from my core fragment system. That's not very good, really. I'm surprised my iron mines on this planet are keeping up with that, to be honest. I didn't realise I had that much over here. But then this iron mine is stopped, and it's got 1.8 million. So, oh yes, I probably do. If I don't, I blooming should do. Yes, I do. So these are all kicking out plus 32%. So 70,000 plus 30% is like 95,000. It's still a bit less, but that makes it look a lot closer. Again, these are another one that possibly should be upgraded. And then, of course, I'm massively multiplying it in these systems as well, because these are full of, again, the tier 3 productivity modules, because there's a lot of them. And yes, I could go through and design this, redesign and rebuild this entire thing with higher tier modules and redo the maths and all that sort of thing, but I'm not going to. That's far too much effort. I'd much rather do newer and more interesting things. So, yeah, it does look like I'm probably getting through at least a decent chunk of iron. But I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, because I haven't put in any new mines over here for a while. And I think they all ran out. Oh, here's one. But this one, again, this one's stopped and full. Maybe I'm doing something wrong with the maths, and it is actually all coming from the core fragment pulverization. Because if we let's have a look over here. The other way to sort of estimate this is to have a look at how much is in these stations. So at the moment there is more than a train's worth. The trains are about 20,000. So the fact that that's on 25,000 means that there isn't a train desperate to come here. Now it's only 25,000 though, so it could have been when it was at 15,000 a train might have come from one of the other places. These aren't basically full. Even the copper one isn't basically full, which is oh, here comes all the copper. um, so yeah, I think oh, stone one has just gone, so that's yeah. I think basically put it this way: the core mining is not keeping up with demand. I did have a plan to go out and put in some additional core mining systems on Henkasesui and Frost, basically just putting in my normal core mining system and just to get a bit more stuff through. The part of the problem I have though is if I look at the best example of this is the one that I can't find in my Kothar. Is that yes, we have this lovely core mining system over here that will not over here. We have this lovely core mining system over here, but it's just sitting idle because we're not getting through enough iridium. So um, yeah, there's this problem here that where we just the core because this is backed up to such an extent, these aren't being used. So most of the fragments that are coming through are either coming from Gear Often, which is producing all of the which is the one that produces all of the copper. So most of what comes through here is copper anyway. It's only about it's less than a quarter other things. Um, but that at least gives us a nice supply of copper. Or it comes a lot of it comes from Miokin actually, where we're yeah, this one is, as you can see, this is running because we get through a lot of vulcanite. But this is a small planet, so we're not actually, despite the fact that I've got 6 of these things here, we're not getting that much through. So we don't get enormous amounts of core fragment produced in general. It's just is enough to sort of keep everything is enough to make a significant difference to my resource usage, but it's not pulling it in at quite the rate everything else comes in at. Yeah, if I did this again, I would if next time I play through space exploration, if there is such a thing as a next time, yeah, one of the big things I'll do differently is I will do all of the resource processing on one central planet. Whether that ends up being Norvis because it's convenient and it's where everything starts off on, or whether I'll oh crap, I forgot to send the defensive ship over to Frost after all that. I don't know if I've got I don't know if I can defend. It's going to be too late now, isn't it? Let's just look at Frost and see how it's going, and hope for the best. This might be a good reason to go out here actually and fix a load of stuff up. Okay, so it's hit there. It is wrecking the railway lines, which is. I mean, it hasn't actually broken anything yet because railway lines are quite resilient, and it's damaging some rocks, so that's all a big who cares. There's one over here, one over here. It looks like I might be lucky and that my outpost system on Frost is small enough that it's... Oh dear, that's a problematic one. That's really close to my uranium mine. It's cooking the uranium mine, which is... It's not ironic, but oh dear, the bots are going to go in and try and repair it and probably set fire to the bots as well. How do I tell them not to? How do you how do you turn a roboport system off for a temporarily? Uh, do the bots get cooked as well? I'm not sure. No? Oh, yes, yes, the bots do get cooked a little bit. Okay, so it's going to rip through all of my my nuclear processing. That's great. Thank you for that. I could... Yeah, I had this cunning plan on how I'd avoid any damage from this, and then I just forgot to send the ship out because I'm a complete and utter muppet. That's annoying. Oh well, I was talking about going out to Frost at some point anyway. So because I want to put in core mining. Oh, there's still one over here in the water. And it's hitting the belts down here as well. Right. This is an old base system, which is why it's all a little bit okay, a little bit dated. I don't set things up quite like this anymore. I don't. I wouldn't have a stone belt running quite this far these days. I would actually use a train for this. But a lot of this probably isn't actually being used anyway. This was back for when I was using. Oh no, this is probably just being used to make the meteorite defense capsules, which is kind of ridiculous. Okay, but the thing is, there's not much happening out here on Frost either. I don't get through that much cryonite, so to be producing this, producing the cryonite ore from core mining, Again, just would be a bit futile. Isn't quite the right word, but have I got any of these? Let's find out. Is that yellow? Yes, yes it is. So yeah, I could come out here and I could put in I could put in a core mining ship, but I don't use up that much cryonite. Yeah, every so often there'll be a rocket if it'll go off somewhere, but in general, it's not that. There just aren't places that are using massive quantities of core miners. Yes, I definitely do. I put down core miners as soon as I started thinking it was a good idea, which was a long, long time ago. Um, because core miners are free. If you can leave your core miners running merrily, like if you look at Tulip as a good Tulip is a good example. Here I've got these core miners digging stuff up as fast as they can. The resource they're producing, the vitamelange, is then being going off to be used because this is free. Okay, well, it costs a load of electricity, but it doesn't cost you anything from your ore patches, so it's nice and easy. Then this gets topped up, in this case, quite heavily, by the stuff that's being brought in by train here. So the core mining is slow but free. The mining by train is practically as fast as you want it to be because you can put down more and more and more miners. But eventually these patches will run out. It's down. Okay, it's got 27 million. It's going to be a long time till that one runs out. But in theory, eventually that will run out, and then that'll be a problem I need to go out there and sort out. Whereas if we look at somewhere like Kothar, all of the ore being used on this planet, all of the ore being turned into iridium, is coming out of these core miners here and fed over to here. And then every so often a train will bimble over here, grab a load from here, take it down here to be processed, and then by the time we need another train load, this will fill back up again. So it never runs out. And yes, I do have these mines down here for in case I suddenly use loads and loads of iridium, but in general, I don't need them because this does produce enough. So it's worth using the free stuff up first before you start using the stuff that's in that's a slightly more limited resource. So yes, I do put down core miners before I finish all the surface deposits. As I was saying in response to I can't remember who and when. I would ideally have core miners on all of the planets shipping spaceships full of core fragments of the specific type off to some sort of central place, and that central place might be somewhere like Asalia is a good one because it's very small, so it's easy for the ships to take off, but it's very small, so I might run out of space. Um, I might choose somewhere different. I'm not sure. I'd have to have a think about it because you see, Asalia is only this big, and just with my rocket fuel processing, I've already taken up a not insignificant chunk of the planetoid. So yeah, I want to sort of to faff. I want to sort of to have this set up to use. I'd want to have it on a reasonably small planet to keep my rocket fuel costs down, but also on the flip side, I'd want it to be a big enough planet that there was plenty of space to build all of the stuff I needed. Um, No, I wouldn't choose a vulcanite planet. I'd choose because they tend not to have water. They're either a bajillion miles away or they don't have water, and water is required for so much washing and other stuff processing. I don't want to be shipping in ice for all of that. It's just much easier to have somewhere that's got lakes. So I disagree on that one, but there are many solutions and many possibilities. Um, I'd probably try and pick one of the larger moons. Tulip is quite a good one. Um, Sturata maybe, although it's got rather a high threat level on it. Greenleaf maybe, although that looks very small. So the other thing I could do, yeah. So somebody said, yeah, Faust, you were saying only using core miners. Now I am quite tempted to consider going out to a lot of other planets. Maybe pick out the ones that are low threat and also what might? Oh yeah, turn that off. Ones that are low threat and ones that are reasonably nearby. These are all orbits. Turn off orbits. Uh, this is a horrible way to find things. Okay, we'll do this, and then I'll just read through the list from Kalidas. So ones that are low or at least or zero or low threat. So I could go to Asalia. I could set up core mining on Asalia. That would produce me quite a lot of crude oil, but then I use up quite a lot of crude oil on Asalia, so that would probably be all right. Greenleaf has a pretty low threat level, so I could deal with that one without any difficulty. Um, I could start doing but that would get me a lot of extra coal. I think there is such a thing as a coal or fragment, isn't there? That one. Yes, coal. So that would produce a lot of coal, but that might not be a problem. I do get through a fair amount of coal. It gets turned into plastic, and I don't use it for liquefaction anymore because I've started just using straight oil for that. But that's quite a good. That'd be potentially quite a good one to go for. Um, so Greenleaf is a maybe. Sakimi, it's a high threat, but and again it's another vulcanite planet. So yeah. Tulip I'm already doing. Girofon I'm doing. Neva, Neva's another oily one, so that could be worth having. Slightly higher threat and more oil that I wouldn't have anywhere to process on site. But I suppose I could ship out oily core fragments, but that'd be an extra setup of the processing, so that's not ideal. Can't do core mining in an asteroid belt. Um, and then all of these have got really high threat levels, and then we get outside the system. So yeah, going so Asalia. Actually, I should definitely do Asalia. It's really small, so I won't get very much from it, but it'll be really easy to do. And Greenleaf is quite tempting, but again, it's a bit small. In fact, it's even smaller than Asalia, so maybe it's not worth it. All these decisions. I could come out to Karura, get a load of cryonite, but then cryonite's being dealt with on frost at the moment. And I went to frost because it had 0 threat level, and this has 3% threat level. Now 3 is obviously easy to deal with, but I think since I already have an established base on Asalia, let's nip over there and set up a mining facility there, a core mining facility, even though it's not going to get me very much because it's so small, but just because it's going to be easy to deal with and it's just going to be very, very easy to set up. So yeah, let's do that one. Right, there've been loads of people talking while I was talking about that, so let's have a look. How far in terms of science packs, as someone else said, I've got to Deep Space Science 2. Those are being produced. I've just researched arcospheres, so I need to learn about those before I can start doing Deep Space Science 3. What processor do I have? It's an AMD one. It is a, let me look it up. It is a Ryzen 5 3600 XT. I hope that means more to you than it does to me, because other than the fact that I know I've got one and it's reasonably quick, it's sort of I upgraded about a year ago when I got a new job, and it's at that sort of elbow in the price performance curve. So you know how the price performance goes. You have a really slow processor, and the faster you go, the more the price goes up. But it tends to go sort of up gradually, and then there's a point where it starts to suddenly go up steeply. So if you try and buy on more or less on that elbow, then I feel like you get the most bang for your buck, as it were, or most bid for your quid. I don't know. I don't know what the British equivalent of bang for your buck is. um, so yes, I've got one of those because it seemed like a good buy at the time, but I've got an advanced enough motherboard that at some point in the future, if I decide I want to, I can upgrade to the top of the range whatever generation of Ryzen it is, and get a sort of and roughly double the speed for what may or may not be a cheap CPU. I had that theory with my previous one actually, which was an i5 4690K, and then I decided not to bother and just upgraded straight to the to the Ryzen. Um, the closest planet to Clear. Yeah, I've already Miokin is my vulcanite planet. I already have core mining going on that one. So as you can see here, there's the core mining. So yeah, that one is running, and that one, as you can see, is actually running at the moment, and that one tends to go quite well, because yes, I get through a lot of vulcanite, so it does tend to carry on. There's always high demand on that station, so it runs along quite nicely. Yes, Deep Space 2, quite right. There are core fragments for everything, as I see. Yes, it's just trying to pick ones where I'm using enough of that actual resource to for it to be worth doing, for it to produce enough core fragments to make a difference. So, for example, I could go out to Frost and set up a core mining system there and start digging up massive quantities of cryonite. But I'm not using cryonite fast enough around the base, around the facility, that for it to really be worth it. Maybe I'm not sure. Same on Henkaseswi for the Holmanite. It's I probably should, but it's a relatively low priority. Although that said, if I just pack up like three different um, three lots of the core mining everythings and just fly out there and dump them everywhere, then it's just going to be done and done, and I might as well. It's just be easy to set them all up. The frustrating thing is I don't have an iron planet, so I can't go out there and set up iron core mining because I am using a lot of iron. Um, I do have Kalidas asteroid belt too, which has some massive iron patches on it, and I should probably start getting some from here. But it doesn't actually produce. It doesn't produce core. It won't produce core fragments because it's an asteroid belt. It'll only produce iron, so I can't go out and set up a core mining facility on there. I don't have an iron mine in the Kalidas system, and I'm not. And whilst um, I'm sure there are iron mines elsewhere, iron planets elsewhere, like Give, but that's around a different planet. It's around the Asimius planet, which is 99,000 Delta V away, and it's just not worth going there, to be quite honest with you. As opposed to Kalidas asteroid belt 2, which is 7,000, so it's more than 10,000 times the amount of fuel, and therefore probably the amount of time it requires interstellar transport, and it's just not worth it. Probably same with Snagel. Yeah, again 97,000 Delta V, a long way away. I'm not doing that. Planets with vulcanite as a secondary resource. Probably. I don't know. There's no easy way to tell, is there really? And I can have, and there may that not Norvis. There may be other planets that will produce vulcanite, but I don't. I've got enough vulcanite coming from Myokin now, so I don't need any more. No, there seems to be a distinct lack of places producing with vulcanite actually, apart from Myokin, which is all vulcanite, and Ganymede, which is all vulcanite, but is also a bajillion miles away. 30% to the second ending, blimey. That's a scary thought, given that I've been playing for like a year and a half. So at current rate, it'll take me most of the rest of my life to get there. Although perhaps if I start focusing on that one, it'll be a bit quicker. We shall see. Putting more coal miners on Norvis isn't a bad idea, actually. Yeah, they will get slower and slower, but I think I have a decent amount of power to waste on Norvis. How much do I have? I've got a gigawatt, and I've got a gigawatt spare right as of right now. If I look back over the sort of the long-term past, I'm using looking at the wrong thing. Peak is probably about here at 1.4. So I've got about 800 megawatts available at the moment. Yes, I can put more in, but this is a nice way to just get a rough idea of what's going on at the moment. 800, and these things use what is it? 50 each. So I put in another 10. That's 500. Yeah, and I could double this, but actually this is producing about a blue belt from these 6. Another 6 obviously won't produce another blue belt. They'll produce like I don't know how much the drop how much the fall off rate is at, but these producing the one belt does seem like a reasonable amount at the moment. Mining efficiency is currently, where do you find it? In here somewhere. Bonuses. Mining efficiency or productivity or whatever we call it is plus 90%. Not too bad. Looking at the researches for more mining productivity, I bet it's horribly expensive. I can't even. Oh, there it is. 17,000 Deep Space Science 1 packs. Yeah, that's a lot. That's why it's got this far. And I went, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit much, should we say? At the moment, given my current naquim situations. Oh, here's another ship from Gearoffen has arrived with all of the copper and a decent chunk of core fragments as well. I do like this system. It works nicely. It's just there isn't enough being produced at the other ends for it really. So well, I'll try and do something about that. But yeah, I think the reason there's so much copper being brought in and used up is because I'm making massive quantities of green circuits at the moment for the modules I'm building. So yeah, the Gearoffen ship is being kept busy. But that does mean we've got a lot of stuff coming around here. Now I'm starting to think this belt should be routed up to here somewhere to be passed in and go through these filters. Now the problem with that is these belts are already full. I suppose I could no, it's all right. I could just cut off another iron belt to bring in here, or another coal belt to bring in here. That's not exactly going to be rocket surgery. So yeah, that's manageable. There's a lot of coal coming out of these fragments. No wonder I... well, 28,000, not too bad. And 19 and 20 and 24. Okay, so resources seem to be kind of okay. Oh yeah, I know power is cheap. That's fine. I can and will keep producing, keep adding to it as I need to. It's just I don't. If I put in another 6 of these, I don't know how much more more resource I'm going to get, because it is going to get slower and slower the more you put in, because that's how it works. No, when you put them down normally, it tells you each time as you put them down, but when you just ghost them, it doesn't. Right. I've lost. Oh yes, I was going to. The other thing I was going to check on while I'm talking about resources is, so I'm also bringing in quite a lot of uranium by spaceship, like this. In fact, that's good timing. It's here and unloading. This works in much the same way the naquim does. It takes away the iron and the sulfur to be made into acid, and then brings back the resource. The fact that how's this doing? This has got a couple of thousand in it, so that suggests, oh, of course, it's all being pushed down onto a pair of yellow belts down here, so that puts a bit of a slowdown on it. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, oh, ammunition is backed up to the point where... Oh yeah, ammunition is fully backed up to the point where these machines are no longer taking in the uranium. That's good. We're passing through the heavy uranium round here to be turned into the nuclear fuel pots. Those, however, are being taken away and put into this station up here, which is an enormous drain on the resources. If only there was a way I could easily take these out and redistribute them, because there's probably enough now. Yeah, 26,000 is easily enough. Maybe, how about I put in a cable from here to here to here, and then tell that one to stop when enable when nuclear fuel cells are less than 15,000. Is that a reasonable number? So these should be that's 500, 1,000, 1,000 per chest, per chest, and there's 36 chests. So 30. No, that isn't enough. Isn't remotely enough. It should be like 36,000. What are the limits set to over here? 240 stacks. 240 times 50 is 1,000, 10,000. So times 5 is about 1,250. A bit less than, but close enough. 1,250. So it'd be 12,500. So this is way overkill. So 15,000 here is about right. Okay, because I need some of these in space basically. So that's why I've got this system here to take them off to wherever they go. However, if I put that limit on there, it means that these chests will empty into the train reasonably well and won't fill up again. These ones will fill up eventually, and yeah, that should make all of this work nicely in the future. And then hopefully all of this will eventually get to back up a bit, and we can go out and then we can have a look out at, is it Kalida's Asteroid Belt 1? Yes, it is. Out here, eventually this mine can sort of idle a little bit. Yeah, because the system is working nicely. We just have a massive backlog to fill up. Right. Wow, I've just been talking about all kinds of things for quite a long time there. I mean that is the whole point of a stream. I know that's why you come along here, to hear me talking about how I'm doing everything in Factorio. And there's been quite a lot of questions, which I really appreciate. It's nice hearing having the sort of the feedback and well, chat, to be basically, not to put too fine a point on it. So yes, the next thing I think for me to do is to go out and put in all of those core mining setups I was talking about. So let's have a bit of a think about and a start on that. So in this ship, what have we got down here? We've got, okay, interesting selection of stuff. So I'm going to want to have a few of these. So a core mining setup consists of, let's have a look at Kothar, because that's one where I know everything is still sitting here. So I'm going to want all of this, including the trains and the spaceships. No, the spaceship I need to do at the other end actually. So that's wrong. I want one that doesn't have the spaceship there. So let's go and have a look at Gearoffen or Kalidas. No, not Kalidas. Gearoffen or Myokin or something like that. Oh, a train has come in and picked up some iridium. So this is what I was talking about. Now the train came in, picked some up, but there's still 30,000 in the station, so easily enough for another train load. But now this is kicked back in. It's pulling all of the fragments through. So we're actually getting some flowing through here. So we may well be able to fill up this train. Maybe. This train appears to be basically full. Why is it still? Oh, it's waiting for a little bit more stone in this final wagon at the back here. Oh, and a bit more core fragment as well, actually. This one is full. So that'll fill up like so. So then that train goes. It goes around, gets into the spaceship. A second train comes in, like so. And no, that bidloink noise is the is messages coming up in Factorio. So it is my messaging notification. It's but it's Factorio messaging me, not people, and it's telling me that I'm short of stuff basically, which is unfortunate. So yeah, then the train fills up again, and yada yada yada. So let's go and look at Myokin, because I reckon there's probably going to be room on here. There's going to be, yes. So this is the system I want. I want to take a copy of all of this, including trains and train stop names. I would say tiles, but oh, there are some, but I don't want them. Where are they? Why are there 3 pieces of spaceship flooring somewhere in this construction? In fact, there's some. I don't know. Right. Okay. So this is what I want. I'll forget those 2 actually. The rest of it, yeah, all that looks pretty good. So I want to make a blueprint of this. I'll probably get rid of these as well and just put in some more of these things to make sure it all works when I get there. Oh, is WhatsApp coming through? Sorry about that. That shouldn't be happening. Yes, in that case, I did get a WhatsApp message right then, so apologies for that. They're supposed to be filtered out. Let me just give me one moment, please. I shall check the volume control shenaniganery in here. So we have, let's have a look. Yeah, no, that's. So Factorio is streaming to that. Okay, so it must be an OBS that it's wrong. Try muting that one for now. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong options. I always look in the. It's one of those things where I always look in the wrong place first. Audio of it. There we go. That's the problem. That should be set to that. Okay, you should still be able to hear me, and you should still be able to hear the game. It's very quiet, but it is still flickering there. But hopefully, if any more WhatsApp messages come in, you won't hear them. Sorry about that. I'm normally try to be careful about that, but apparently I was not careful enough. Right, so here we go. Back to Factorio now. So here we go. Here is the blueprint for my mining system. Core mining. Yeah, sure, close enough. I'll create that as a blueprint. Then come back over here, and now I want to open this. Let's do this right this time and not pull it into my own inventory. Well, I'll put that in my own inventory. And then I'll put logistics manager. It's for I've got the requester chest open. I want, where is it? That one. Be in a helpful place. There we go. That goes there. Right. Hopefully that'll fit in that chest. Now we're a shortage of these inserters, which is a shame, but it's okay. I can adapt that one and use the filter ones. No, not a problem. Oh, there's no. I'm going to have to go down to Norvis in order to get a lot of this stuff. That's actually entirely predictable now. I come to think of it. So I was going to make up 3 of these. So let's just go down to Norvis and get all the stuff from there. I think that's probably the best idea. So drop down to Norvis. Let's try not to kidnap too many robots. I've got a few, but never mind. Right, so when I'll land on Norvis, these will all fill up with all the stuff I need. There we go. Did you get a WhatsApp? I heard another WhatsApp notification there. Hopefully you guys didn't. Where am I? Where is this? No, this is the wrong place in the base. Good, right, good. I'm glad that's fixed. Thank you. uh, yeah, Linux is really, or Pulse Audio in Linux is really good at allowing you to just put sound, have set up connections between all of your different sound things wherever you want. So I've got a virtual thing that listens to Factorio and another one that listens to Discord noises, and another one, and then other ones that listen to the operating system in general. And so the ones for um, have the Factorio one automatically forward on and basically I have all of them forward onto my headphones, but then only the specific ones forward to specific inputs in OBS, which means I can play around with all the volumes and things quite nicely and independently. So I can have Discord and WhatsApp apparently, and the game audio all set differently and on different inputs and things, which is really nice. But occasionally these things break and don't work quite as you want them to. So it's a nice idea when it works. Okay, I'm going to need to work out some sort of fuel system. Oh no, I don't need to work out some sort of fuel system for the trains because they all get fueled up when they're on Norvis. So as long as I've got a little bit of fuel and I can use my personal rocket fuel, which I've only got 8 left of. That's because I've turned this off. Let's have some more of that, please. Oh, I'm getting it all from here, which isn't ideal, but actually no, I don't mind too much. That's probably fine actually. Yeah. Okay, so when the bots have all finished flitting around and filling all of these up, then I can set off and start going to all of the different planets and start building all of these core mining facilities. And that should be pretty quick and simple, I reckon. Or at least it would be if there was enough room in the blooming chests for all the things I've just requested. Okay, so let's take out the core mining drill request and just pull them into my inventory. Same for this one. Take out the core mining drill request and yoink. And that gains me 6 stacks very, very quickly and easily. So we'll do that and then see if that's enough for everything we need. But I can then put these into here. Just get them out of my inventory again. I do indeed run Linux, yes. Well, I run Linux 95% of the time. Everything I want to do except for the GTA mod 5M works in Linux absolutely fine, and in my opinion better than it does in Windows, which is why I use Linux. So yes, it's great, except I have to reboot once a week on Friday nights in order to play GTA for the Manhunt videos. Everything else I do, Linux is absolutely fine for. I don't think I've got enough pulverizers. I think I did that too soon. It was 24 each, wasn't it? Let's have a look at this. Open. Pulverizers. Yeah, 24 each. So I need 75 pulverizers. 50. 52. Okay, so I need another 30 pulverizers to add a little bit of excess onto it. No, this is going to be a temporary one, so I'll stick it down here at the bottom so I see it and hopefully remember to remove it. Pulverizer, 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 pulverizer. Pulverizer? Pulverizer. Yeah, so Valve have been putting enormous amounts of... Oh no, not from there. Flippin' heck. Alright, in that case I want 75 pulverizers. Let's put 80 so I've got a little bit spare. And put down a chest to dump them into. Oh wait, that's 50 of them gone. Oh, I've just ordered far more than I need. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, Valve have put enormous amounts of work into making almost all the game, or lots and lots of games in Steam work perfectly well in Linux. So GTA 5 itself works absolutely fine, but the 5M mod pack doesn't, which is somewhat annoying. On the way 1, great. I'm going to be waiting ages for these to get built. So yeah, it's good, but not quite good. Not quite 100% yet, but still, it's better. It's better than having to run Windows, in my opinion. Ubuntu, just because it's easy and there. I run Debian on servers, but my desktop I use. Well, I used Mint up until fairly recently, and then switched over to Ubuntu with the Mate desktop environment because I got the I didn't like Cinnamon or number 3. There is an option to turn that on. Yes, actually, to be honest, I've just turned autosaves off completely, I think. So yeah, but yes, Linux is capable of doing an on-the-fly save without pausing it to do so. If you turn that option on, I can't say I haven't actually played with it myself because I'd already turned autosaves off by the time I discovered it existed. I should turn them back on again, really. That'd probably be a good idea. Just in case I have some sort of terrible, terrible screw up. Bum 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 bum. How do I plan to continue to save? Well, certainly until I reach the easy game completion thing. So I mean, I fully intend to finish it. I finished Angel Bob's with space expansion, not space exploration, expansion, and that was a massive, massive undertaking, and I achieved it. I also managed to finish Industrial Revolution. Admittedly, I had some friends along to help for that one, which I'm sure made it a lot quicker and a lot easier. So that went pretty well. So yeah, I have every intention of actually completing this, and I think there aren't very many people playing sort of near end game stuff in Factorio Space Exploration on Twitch or YouTube. So I think it's quite nice and to be sort of in that exalted elite club, as it were. And I think that's why this is my the most popular content on my channel by a significant margin, because there aren't very many people doing it. Oh, am I going to actually have to hang around forever to wait for all these pulverizers? Let's go off and do two of them the facilities. So I'm going to go to Asalia first, and it's such a small planet, Toyd, that I reckon I don't actually need to have a refuel on the way there. Yeah, I don't know whether the I don't know how much of the mods are server side, how much client side, whether the C sharpness requires requires the 5M implementation to be running in Windows or not. I have absolutely no idea, I'm afraid. Yeah, Arcospheres are coming soon. Actually, I have now researched them. Oh, what's that? That'll be an dimensional anchor. Interesting. Use a star's gravity well as a stabilizing point for a spatial anomaly. Interesting. I mean, I have no idea what it means, but it's interesting. Or it sounds interesting. It's also interesting that in theory I can research it now, but I don't know. I'm still 2 tiers off the packs for that. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything in the Informatron about Arcospheres. Star mapping. Oh. Ooh. Okay. You have mapped one notable pattern. That's. Does that show up on the map? Is it another thing I should be going off to investigate? I don't see it on the map. Okay. I don't know what that is. I'll keep looking, but other galaxies. That's blimey. Yeah, worry about that later. Arcospheres, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Arcospheres are near perfect spheres, nano-origin in naquim crystal. I can't say that fast. Unknown origin, commonly found deep into space. Each one encompasses an extra dimension not in space-time. Lovely. That sounds nice and understandable. Small fourth spatial dimension. Spheres can be polarized so that they manipulate certain aspects of space-time and move relative to one another. Sets of specific arcospheres can be used to warp time and weave space-time into other dimensions, higher dimensions. Right, okay, so they're a MacGuffin, basically. Most unique production challenge in the game uses tools and recipes but never destroyed, only altered. Main challenge is cycling through the spheres you have so you don't end up running out of a specific type. So yeah, that goes back to what someone was saying earlier. It's all about the balancing act. This does concern me a little bit because I remember the balancing act being one of the most frustrating and annoying and difficult parts of Angel Bob's. But we shall see. Many ways to balance production. You combination help a lot. Ask for hints on Discord, or wait for Laurence to make a tutorial video about it. That might not be a particularly effective way for me to find out about it, though. Arcospheres are found by launching an Arcosphere collector from an asteroid field. Repeated launches have diminishing returns by launching from different asteroid fields. Okay, so you launch a load of Arcosphere collectors, you then go off to a different asteroid field, do it again. Fine. Okay. So collection sounds straightforward enough, but using them sounds interesting. So we've got all these recipes here. Arcosphere folding, omega lambda to is that an epsilon theta? I'm not sure. My Greek isn't great. Gamma epsilon to sigma lambda. I'm gonna need to do some swatting up on the Greek alphabet, I think. Right, so you do a fold, and it turns. So a grav facility can turn. Oh, they've all got. Oh right, I see. So you turn. Oh, it's a psi and a zeta. Right. Okay, my Greek isn't great. Into a theta and a phi. So you've got all of these different recipes that will transfer. Okay, this makes a certain amount of sense. I'll have to draw a map of this for my own sanity, and I won't do that at the moment. Just to see what directions they all go in, and how you can. So what you can transfer into what, and how they all link together. Arcosphere inversion is just a more powerful version of this that turns, instead of turning 2 into 2, it turns 4 into 4. Arcosphere polarization turns 4 arcospheres into. Oh, I see. So you take any is that any 4 arcospheres in and it gives you 4 out again? I imagine so. Okay. Right. This is indeed going to be an interesting thing. Yes, all Greek to you, very good. I mean, I've heard of all the Greek letters. I may eventually learn what they are, but then that said, I've heard of energy, and I still call it purple science. So, you know. Oh, for non-polarized, for polarized. Okay. I don't know how you polarize or depolarize them, but I'm sure that'll all come later. So I'm not going to worry about arcospheres too much for now. I'm going to think about it when I sort of get to the point where I'm trying to actually use them. So I'm going to land the ship here. Ooh, here. Confirm. Yes, make it so, number 2. Oh, put some lamps down. That might be unfortunate. Oh, no, that's all right. That'll be fine. Right, so I now need to put this in somewhere, and somewhere means about here, I think. Is there room there? There is. Neat. So that can go in there. Like that. Blomp. Now, my concern is, because this is an oily planet, that means these are going to be giving off liquid, so I'm going to need to do a big... in fact, I'm just going to need to say no thanks to all of this. Because that's a nonsense. This is going to be oil based rather than solids, but it's not going to be a solids drop off. So all of this can go as well. In fact, that just means this can go straight through there and there. No. There. And there and there. And that means these can be straight through. Like that, and that, and that. Right, okay, I now need all of the stuff out of one of those chests. Like that. Except my inventory's full. Oh well. I'm going to need to do a little bit of research and thinking about it in order to get the... Put that one down. There we go. In order to... I say research. I'm going to need to do a little bit of thinking and poking and putting in pipes to get these to output the right sort of goo. Let's take some of these. Just some. Right, okay, fly over here. Put them down as well then. Put the massive drills down so I can pick up more stuff. Ooh, so we're down to... Right, so we're down to 44% effectiveness from 5 drills. That's quite a drop. 40% effectiveness. So from 6 drills. Yeah, that's... Where are all the pulverizers I got? Seriously, where are all... Did I put them in a box down here? Oh, I put them in a box down here. There we go. What is my inventory full of? Oh, it is full of pulverizers. Okay. Right, that's fine. Yeah, so these are running at 40% efficiency. So if there was so they are, yeah, you do get more stuff the more of them you put down, but it is very much diminishing returns. Right, so you need to try and use the correct polarization to get the right, so you don't have to do too much folding, I guess. But I guess I'll do the balancing from the folding where I can. No, yeah, that basically. I'll find out as I get further into it. Basically, it'll be an adventure, and it'll be all fun and exciting. Have these got the right names? They have. Excellent. Right, so that's all this set up. Now I need to fuel this, don't I? Oh no, it's got fuel. I need to. Why is it? Oh, it's complaining it doesn't have enough fuel. Fine, that's not a problem. Can't put that there because that's where the spaceship lands. Fine, link that in. What? Oh, for goodness sake. Right, okay, that's all powered. These are drilling, that's good. These need to not be doing vulcanite core fragments, they need to be doing oily core fragments, which is that one, that one. Okay, that's a nice way of looking at it. So to triple, yeah. So one is a 1 by 1. If you want to double the output, you need 4. If you want to triple it, you need 9 3 by 3. Okay, so it's just squares. I like that way of thinking about it. I shall have to try and remember that. Thank you. Right, so we're going to need pipes along here. Like, let's not use space pipes. They're expensive. I don't know why I'm doing this multiple times. One in like that. Copy. And paste, and paste, and paste, and paste, and paste, and paste, and paste. I like bots. I like big bots, and I cannot lie. Right, if I do that, I should then be able to just paste this in here. And it'll go over the top of those and not replace those, not turn those around. Yes, that has worked. Good. Then I can come. I feel this is slightly wasteful with pipes, and I could have just done. Had them go across here and use underground belts, but never mind. Right, and then from here, we'll go across this way to where we'll have an oil pickup station. And fill in all gaps in the pipe. Oh, that'll need that and that. And then pipes up here. Right, so that'll allow those to pump the oil out, so we'll actually get some stuff through. These will fill up gradually, admittedly, but they will fill up. Then down here, we need to put in we need to just make a copy of this fluid pickup station. This fluid pickup station, because that's going to be the easiest way to do it. I've got a bit I don't need for that, but never. It's in the right place actually. Put that there. The pipes don't line up because, of course, they don't. That'd be far too easy if they did. Pipe, and power like that. There we go. And then the most important thing is to get rid of that. Right. Okay, so we've got here this one. Oh wait, actually, undo that. Get rid of that one because that's not an oily one. Take this one because it's got the 100,000 provide threshold in there. So what I want to do here is set this to higher priority. So set that to a provide priority of 10, and that means that when this has enough oil in it for a train to actually turn up, the train will turn up to this station by preference rather than the other ones, and so I'll get the oil from here rather than from other stations. We'll use up what's come out for free, and we could potentially eventually cause all of this to back up. Now you can tell I designed this for a larger planet because we've got this tiny little dribble coming out here, and it's only using the first 2 columns of pulverizers. So given how short we were of pulverizers in general, I'm just going to nick all of these. I mean, I knew this was going to be a slow process on, where are we, on Asalia. But it comes as a slight surprise when you realise just how slow it is. Okay, I could probably pull up a lot more of this stuff, actually. I don't think this is necessary either. But actually, having this will mean that we don't have to have quite as many of these running, have quite as many of these machines. I could put higher tier productivity modules in them, but I don't have any, so I won't. Right, so that's now merrily chugging away. We've not produced very much stuff yet, but it will eventually fill up. We'll eventually get enough for a spaceship to turn up, and that means I now need to produce another spaceship that will do the run out to here and back. But that's something that's for later. For later. So, how much fuel have I got? Is the first question. 51,000. So I can go to another small planet, I reckon. Where else was I going to go with these? So it's Henkisesui and Frost were the other two I was thinking of. Let's go to Henkisesui first. Actually, which one's smaller? Since I'm short of fuel. They're about the same. It doesn't make a lot of difference. Henkisesui is closer. I'll go there. No, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to tell this one to go to Henkisesui. Which is way down here. Actually, no. Better idea. Let's go back to Norvis first and refuel. Because I think... Let's have a look at the star map. Yeah, so if I go from... Yeah, if I'm on a Sailor, if I go back to Norvis orbit to refuel, that's not very far at all, then I can probably do both Henkisesui and Frost on the same flight without needing to go back and restock. So yeah, let's do that. So, Norvis orbit. And it's really close as well. So it's not going to take very long to get there. It's amazing how quick and easy it is to set one of these up compared to the sort of the first few times I was doing it when it was a challenge and a bit of a mission and so on. It's it just shows how much I've got used to the game and got better at it, and how much I just now have the resources and stuff available for it. I can just say yes, make me a box with all of the stuff in I need to make one of these facilities. Granted, I ran out of oh heck, no, don't want that one. Do you want the other box though? Put that down there and fill it full of those things, and then pick up that one so it stops getting stuff. There we go. Right. Words. Why are these still short of things? I'm confused. Oh, then no, they are. Oh, they were getting coal brought to them. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about that either way, really. So this refueling is going to take a little while. So while that's happening, let's find one of my core mining ships, one of these, and take a copy of it. Like that. Now, should this have additional trains in? Yes, this should have additional trains in. So ideally, I want one that's in the that's flying at the moment, like that one. So this has got all the stuff in it. So we want all of that, including the trains, the train stop names, and the tiles. Wow. So, not those. Oh. Yes, that. Not that either, though. Yeah, we don't have these. These are glitchy things. So yeah, create a blueprint of that, and then back to Norvis orbit. No. Right. And where do I build ships these days? Oh yeah, it has to be somewhere where they can get fuel, doesn't it? Because now they refuel from the they need fuel in order to move at all, which is a bit of a shame. So, there appears to be a good place. Oh, it must be. Was it there that it docks? Where do these dock? It must be there, because that's where all the pumps line up. Or maybe this isn't the docking place for them. Maybe it's. Ooh. No, that's the docking place for this, whatever this one is. Who are you? Oh, that's the uranium ship. Okay, fine. Must be here. That's where they dock. Okay, so when that uranium ship goes, I can build one of these here, and hopefully do it before the other ship lands there. So yeah, one of the issues I have is keeping spaceships full of filling spaceships up with rocket fuel, because it's a large quantity of liquid that has to be pumped from one tank to another. So you see, with the core mining ships, you've got the 3 pipes going across to fill them up. So it's as quick as I can reasonably make it. This one is not such a good design. This is an older design, even though it's quite a new ship. So it's got one pump pumping into this tank that then dribbles into this tank, that dribbles into this tank, that dribbles into this tank. So it's a bit slow, and it takes a while. This is waiting for 350,000, and it's currently getting 308,000. So it's going to be a moment or two until that's ready. This one has similar problems as well. We're pumping into this tank and then dribbles through into all of these ones. So it can take filling up one tank, not too bad, although there's a couple of underground pipes through here. I could fill it to a lower level, but I like to have the ships topped off so I know they've definitely got enough fuel to do whatever I want them to do. Especially this one, because it's got some random I'm never quite sure what I'm going to do with it. This one, yeah, to be honest, it's probably got 300,000 fuel is probably enough to lift off from Norvis, which is basically what it needs the fuel for. So I probably could drop that down to 300,000, but it's nearly there now anyway, so I'll call that good enough. Of course, then you just know another ship's going to drop in from to refuel. Yeah, like that. So I'll now have to wait for this one to fuel up as well, or build the ship somewhere else, but I don't really want to do that. But yeah, these ones are much better because they've got 3 pumps filling them up. They're filling 3 tanks straight up, so it's still... It's not as quick as it would be if you went tank to tank, but you have to have these underground pipes in order to get onto the ships. So, yeah, and it'd be slightly better if these 3 tanks were in a direct line with the other ones. I probably should fix that, to be honest. That would be something I could come over and do. But then I'd be down 1 solar panel, and having lots of solar panels seems like a good idea in these ships. Although again, it's probably never actually been short of electricity. No, I don't think it ever has. So it's a bit meteor defense. Oh, this is all the space station, so it's meaningless. Where is this one going, out of curiosity? Norvis. I don't know where 1142 is. Oh well, doesn't really matter. How long what are we waiting for on this one? So this one needs to get up to 590, and it's at 490. Jeez. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, let's see that yes, this ship is basically full. Go to Henkaseswi, and then I can. So at least that's now on the move. I'm not waiting for it. So I can now, yeah. So I'm not just hanging around, not doing anything. I am now actually actively travelling off to Henkaseswi. So when this disappears, and because there aren't very many core ships flying around at the moment, frustratingly, which leads back to the problem I was talking about with not having enough core fragments at the moment, it means that it's not the fact that it's sitting here for a while fueling up means it isn't actually too serious. That said, 590 is ridiculous. There we go. Blip. Plob. What? Oh, it's a different ship. What's this? Okay, this is a what do you call it? Stuff from Myokin, Vulcanite transport ship. It appears to be on its way out to Myokin because it has loads and loads of water and only a little bit of Vulcanite. So we're obviously not using Vulcanite up fast enough, so the water is actually running out on Myokin while the ship's out idling on Norvis. But never mind. But this is going to take forever to fill up, so I'm going to have a look at this ship and see how long we've got to fly to get there. 2 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. In fact, I could start looking at Henkaseswi and thinking about where I want to build my core mining system. Now, I might as well put it in sort of somewhere around here or here, because there's no point in making the trains go. Oh, no, I've already got one. At risk of sounding like a Monty Python sketch, doesn't we already got one? But it's having the same problem as everywhere else. Okay, back to me. Let's actually go to Frost then. Interesting. I thought I didn't. So where do I have place? Where have I gone to essentially? And therefore I have infrastructure, and it'd be relatively easy to drop one of these in. Well, I've gone to Gearoffen. And I've got mining happening there. I've got mining happening on Asalia now. I'm going to Frost. Henkaseswi's got one. Kothar's definitely got one. Tulip's definitely got one. Myokin's definitely got one. So basically, everywhere I'm established, but not Ganymede, because that doesn't count because it is a silly place. It's a silly long distance away, so I'm not touching that one. All the places where I've gone to in the Kalidas system, except for Frost, have now got these mining facilities. Now, I was saying I could consider going off to Greenleaf. But it's so small. It's half the size of Asalia. It's going to take forever to actually fill anything up. What I actually want to do is go to a big planet, but then like Sakimi, but there's a massive threat level there. Or Karura, very low threat level. What have we got here? This is Cryonite. So I could go to, but then I'd have all this Cryonite, and I wouldn't know what to do with it. Trelos actually is quite a good one, because oil is reasonably easy to transport around. I already have a ship that goes big stuff. In fact, my ship that goes to my ship that brings oil up to my space station could actually go to Trelos instead of Asalia. It's a 17% threat rating. What does that look like? It's a chilly planet, but apparently it's an oil planet, not a cryonite planet, so that's fine. 17% threat rating looks pretty safe, if I'm being honest. Ooh, there's one worm in the initial scanned area, so it would probably be worth having some sort of defences round the facility, but it's not exactly scary here. You say 17% is like Norvis. Norvis is 33%, so it's similar. So what does Jurata look like with 100% threat rating? Looks very similar to the last planet I looked at. It's another icy one. Okay, yeah, that's slightly bitier. I mean, those are some chonky biter bases. They're taking over this planet would be a bit of a mission, I suspect. And we've got the large ones already, so they've evolved as much as anywhere else. Okay, well, I shall not go to Sturata. It is a silly place. In fact, I shall delete the surface, so as not to have to think about it again. But the other one, Trelos, looks like a very, very promising destination, actually. It's quite a long way out from the sun, so we're not going to get a great deal of solar, but we can put in a massive beamer. Why the bite? Oh, it's got a bit of vitamelange. I could hit it with a plague rocket. It seems a bit rude, but I could. Because I don't care about the vitamelange on it. I just care about the crude oil. Or I could just put in good meteor defenses. That's probably the easier way to do it. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to make a note of this. A future plan is to go out to Trelos for what am I doing? Core mining. Yes, and yes, there is a pyramid out there as well, which is another thing that needs investigating and so on. In fact, maybe at some point I might go off on a sort of a mission to go and investigate a lot of these pyramids and go out to some of these more threatening planets as well, like Karura with its whole 3% threat rating. So yeah, I think this is a good one to go to, and I shall make up some way of going off to a lot of the other ones. There's a lot of these off in distant systems, and that's going to take. Actually, I'm going to say it's going to take a long time to get to. I suppose none of them are going to take any longer than it takes to get to Fenestra and back, because that is the shortcut. Oh, we're here. Right. Anchor on Frost. Okay, there's a load of repair work needed as well. Where am I? I don't know this planet very well. Oh yeah, I'm way off to the south. Let's head up a bit further north and be nearer to sort of the centre of everything for this. Because if I put it in up here, then the trains don't have to go as far, basically. Okay, in fact, let's land here, because I'm definitely not going to put it quite here, but I'm going to put it fairly close by. And then let's do a bit of a fly around and fix up all of that damage from the rather farcically acquired do I only have one construction bot, or do I only have one repair pack? No, I've got 40 of the blooming things. Why aren't they all going off and doing it in a big flood? Okay, there we go. It's done. What was I saying? Yeah, so I'll do this repair work, and I shall try in the future to be a bit more on the ball about the. In fact, speaking of being on the ball, let's have a look at the next one. Energy beams, is it? Coronal mass ejection. Myokin. Ooh, it's okay. It's 20 hours away, but that 20 hours will happen sooner than we expect. So let's look at the any umbrella. Right, you are needed in Myokin orbit. Myokin orbit. Go. Right, and it can just be left there. At least that's the plan. Off you go. It's going to take. It can take 5 minutes to get there. I don't care. It's a slow response vehicle. Oh, here's some more. I don't know. Don't. Was there any more than this? I suppose I better. I bet I'll just fly down and have a look. It's easier than. Well, actually, it's not easier than. It would be much easier to. In fact, it would be much easier just using navsat. That's what it's there for. Oh, there's. Yep. Yeah, all right. Yeah, antimatter is still. I'm producing it in smallish quantities purposes of um, uh, for purposes of making science. I haven't started using it for fuel yet. I've done the research, but I haven't actually made any for. I haven't started making it into actual fuel. I don't expect it to be enormously difficult. Press the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. I don't expect it to be enormously difficult now that I've got the basics of the antimatter being produced. However, I'm aware it might be very, very energy hungry because, well, it just feels like one of those things that's bound to be. Now, that isn't necessarily a problem. I should be able to deal with something that's fairly energy hungry without any serious issues. Yep, that's all fine. But it's something that needs at least a little bit of consideration. Ooh, here's some more damage. This used to carry copper as well, or no, maybe cryonite, maybe the other one, beryllium as well. But I've stopped doing that from here. Yeah, I think yes. That's a good point. I think if I'm going to make the long range exploration ship, then having antimatter power would make a lot of sense. Yes, that's a good idea. So beryllium takes an enormous amount of processing. This was done before I really started using beacons, though, because I was a bit of a noob. So this is an enormous beryllium processing area, and it's now basically idle because there's not a lot of stuff doing anything up here. So, right, yes, the reason I actually came here is to put in one of these. So where will it fit? That's the first question. And it goes that way round, so it's on the main line. Oh, okay, it'll fit here. Like that. That's easy enough. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Right. It has to go this way round because the spaceship has to land vertically. Or does it have to? Oh dear. I think I might have put in the one I put in on Salia. I think I might have put in upside down. No. That's problematic. Right, let's see. So I've copied it from Myokin, haven't I? Yes, I have. Let's have a look on Myokin. Oh no. Yeah, the station is at the top. On Asalia, the station is at the bottom. Now it could be worse. I can just put in a crossover in the rails, which is horrible, but I can. Or sort of a loop round the outside and yeah, round to the top. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. Ah, now I feel stupid. Right, but okay, let's not make that same mistake again. So the station has to be at the top like that. So if I could put it in about here. Leave some space for the spaceship. Put it about here. Reversing the direction of a train is a faff though, because you have to the stations never line up because of the two double-sized grid issues. I could put this here. I get no, not from space. Let's just put it here. That'll be fine. Do I have cliff explosives? That's a thought. Yes. Okay. Here will do fine then. Right. what parts of this have I got so far currently in my pockets is. Yeah, reversing the direction of a train is a pain because of the way the railway grid works. You can't just go, yeah, I'll have it. You can't just turn it. You can't just move the station to the other end and put it down. It doesn't work very well. So I think just looping the railway round is going to be a much easier way to do it, if I have enough railway with me. Which actually, looking at the way stuff is going down at the moment, it's not a certainty. Hopefully there'll be some in the big what's name in the spaceship storage. Of course, I've got quite a long time before it all fills up on Asalia, because it's such a small moon. So it's going to be a long time before it's actually ready for a spaceship to leave. But still, let's put down the big drills. Those are the big things that are filling up my inventory. Put them down. All right, don't. Oh, maybe they're not filling up my inventory. I just don't have room for anything in there. Why have I got so much stuff? Let's go and empty my inventory off a bit. So, I don't want space belts or those, or let's turn this off as well. Or that. Right, now can I pick up the rest of... Which chest was it? Yeah, let's pick them both up. Don't need pipes. Certainly don't need space pipes. Or space rail. I'm a bit confused as to what I've got and what I haven't got, but we'll lay this all down and see how it goes. Oh, the pulverizers are in a different chest. That's why I'm confused. Or one of the reasons I'm confused. There we go. The other reason I'm confused is because it's after my bedtime. Yeah, the clamp I can just move. That part isn't a problem. Where are the drills? Did I not get enough of those and I didn't notice? I mean, it's possible. It's the sort of thing I could imagine happening, but it's a bit frustrating. Come on, bot, stop being lazy. That's better. Doo-dee-doo. Oh, is that why there was a bot hovering there? Okay, it was waiting to put down the locomotives and all the other train bits that were waiting there. Feels weird that so much of this is space stuff. I mean, I know why it is. It's because I ran out of the other bits and then ended up just replacing it because it was what I had. But it doesn't matter, but it feels weird. And we need a signal here as well, because I took that one up as I moved the thing. Okay, so trains come in from like that, and they go out like that, I suppose. And then probably turn around if they want like that. I'm a little bit concerned I'm going to run out of rail. That's an ugly angle, but never mind. Because I don't think I really took into account the extra rail of doing all of these sort of joiny-uppy bits. But never mind. Right, over here. So you are, yeah, you're 20,000. Why aren't you just stacks? 40 times 36. Don't know. What is going on with this? Who designs these things, honestly? Right. This all needs to now be... this is a cryonite planet, isn't it? So we need to set that to cryonite. all the way along there. We need to go why you like this. Have some power. That comes from up there somewhere. There we go. And why do I not have these drills is my biggest question at the moment. Did I move them into the... Oh, I moved them all into here, didn't I, to save space? I remember. Because all the other chests were filling up. Duh. There we go. Right. Happy, happy. Now, these should be doing cryonite core fragments. There we go. And then over here, oh, this should be filtering out cryonite. There we go. Didn't have to do that on a Salia because it was a liquid. And here it all comes now. Flooding through, and yes, that's filtering correctly. So that'll go into the station up here and be processed as appropriate. This will come down here, be loaded into the trains, and now we just need to have a spaceship that will come out here. So actually, let's have another go at building that spaceship. See if the queue is in Norvis orbit has gone away yet. Where is it? Up here. Yeah, this is where I fuel. Up here. So no, not you, not you, not you. Other way? That one. Lines up there. So we'll get the bots will come out, build all of that, and then once I've built this part, I can then put the next part in. And this is going to be using up a lot of the bits I ripped up from that the spaceship I demolished at the beginning of the stream, which is rather nice. A bit of recycling going on here. So this is not a completely free spaceship because there's loads of bits and pieces that weren't used, that didn't exist on that I'm going to have to actually make. But you know, it's a good start. Right, there we go. And I need to disconnect. So can I? Oh, wrong button as usual. Can I disconnect a cable from something that doesn't exist yet? No. So that's the input. Let's get rid of that. Because I don't want the spaceship to fly off before I'm ready for it to. And they have a bad habit of doing that, so yeah. Because I'm going to need to reprogram this to go to Frost rather than wherever it's set to go at the moment. Kothar? I can't remember. Wherever it was set to go to, I don't want it to. So yeah. So get that, leave that building. This is gradually filling up. It's a pretty gradual process. This isn't a big planet. Ooh, how's the power supply coping with this? Surprisingly well, actually. Given that it's jumped from there to there. I think we're using a lot of nuclear power on this planet, though, because yes, we've got this uranium patch here that's lost a pylon and taken a load of damage here. I should go in and repair that, actually. And then away over here, we've got a nuclear plant by the sea. So this seems to be chucking out enough power. Actually, this is actually all right. I'm pleasantly surprised. Under that, there we go. Let's go and repair the uranium mine and uranium processing facilities there. Get all this fixed up. Oh, and that pipe repaired as well. Replaced. How do I not have any... Oh, I put it all down in the spaceship. That's how I don't have any pipes. I suspect that water supply is probably quite important, so I do need to get that fixed. Is that everything? I've repaired, apart from that pipe. I think it might be. Oh, no, no, it's not. There's a load more up to the north. Oh, more up here as well. Right. You can tell, as I said, this is one of my very early outposts, so I wasn't thinking about putting in railways on other planets at this point, which is why it's all a bit poorly designed. And using massive long belts to do everything. Yes, pipes, please. I've improved my design style just a little bit since this. Actually, Myokin was the very first one, but that's been now. I've gone out there and completely upgraded it because I needed so much vulcanite. This was actually the second one, so I came out here and this was supposed to be a little bit more self-sufficient, whereas Myokin was having a lot of stuff shipped in. This one is more or less supposed to run itself, but it originally used some massive long belts to bring the resources in, and then I realised I was going to need significantly larger quantities of resources, so I've got it all being brought in better ways. Okay, so this should now all work, I think. That is okay. We're on network 8. I don't know if I like that. What's everything else on? Oh, this is on network 8 as well. Alright then. I'm not sure why, but it apparently is. I've lost track of why I was doing these sorts of things. So, Frost. Frost is Moon 1150. So if we now go back to Norvis orbit, we can take a look at this and go, oh, there's no wagons available. That's ridiculous, but never mind. So we want you to go to Moon 1150, and if you're on Moon 1150, then do other things. Right, that should be all the programming that's required. It's a three-flight process. We've got this one that monitors how much stuff is on, whether there's stuff and whether there's train, and we'll tell it to launch to go to Norvis if there is. Then on Norvis, we've got one that says, are you on Norvis? Are there trains? And is there no stuff? In which case, go to orbit. And then in orbit, it says, have you got fuel? And are you in Norvis orbit? In which case, go to 1150, which is Myokin. So this should all be good now. It's fueled up. And I think that means it's ready to go. It's a shame we didn't get these wagons in there, but it's not the end of the world. Let's put that pylon back in, then link that up back into the input of the spaceship console, and it'll be ready to go. I just need to work out where from. So that goes to there to there. Those are all linked together. Okay, so if I link from here to here to here, and integrity check. Good, good, good. Right, we should be ready to go to Myokin. No, Frost. And it should all just work. Should. Bloop. Oh, I didn't give it a name. Frosty Core. Right, so okay, there's a vulcanite ship refueling again. That's fine. I'm okay with that. At some point, I need to build another one of these ships to go to Asalia, and then another one to go to Trelos. But I need to set up a base on Trelos first. Okay, so at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, we should get a spaceship appearing here as if by magic. It is gonna be a while because it's got to fly all the way from there to here, so don't hold your breath. I am a little bit concerned about the amount of power we're using because that has gone up to 380,000, 380 out of 466. And I think if we go back far enough, we'll see that yes, there's some like 400 peaks of 400 along here where it's using all of the furnaces and the chemical plants. So I think these are quite bursty. As you can see, this is basically each time I need a load of either cryonite or beryllium, I wouldn't like to say which for certainty, all of these flare up for a short time and then die back down again. I think what I'll do here, if I have the parts with me, which I probably don't, I do, I've got an accumulator, nice, is separate this off onto a separate, oh, I won't have the parts to build a switch though. Get rid of that. Yeah, this is all linked in over here. If I put this in here, we're going to get the flickery effect from it, but that's okay. I don't really care about that. I need to make a switch. That's a logistics thing, isn't it? We'll be up with power. I can't see it. It's probably really obvious, but I can't see it. There it is. So that needs green circuits, copper and iron. I've probably got most of that on this planet because we're making meteorite defense cannons. So, yeah, green circuits. That was the main thing I was going to need. And copper and iron is down here. So now I should be able to make a switch. Yes. This is the nice thing about the planets being somewhat self-sufficient and having most of the stuff they need to just run. You can usually go in and grab those little bits and pieces when you need them to make the place work properly, to make things work properly. Right, and I need some copper cables for this, which isn't something I use very often. I didn't mean to make that many. So that goes to there. Oops. That goes to there. That doesn't go to there. Then we need a red cable, which goes to there. And we say that enabled when... Why is that there? Don't put that there, put that there. Then it'll actually work. No. Don't make red cables. Where are they? There they are. What are you outputting anyway? In fact, you know what? Let's link that to the pylon as well, so it's easy to see what it's got. Charge level is A. Are you charging? You're not charging. Why are you not charging? Are we that short of electricity? No, we're not. Got loads of electricity. Why is this not charging? This has got electricity. What? Am I doing something dumb? I mean, it's entirely possible, but... Why can I not turn that on? Now it's charging. Oh, it's charging from this. Well, that's dumb. There we go. Put it there instead. Delete that. Run a cable up from here to here. That's right. Now it's charging. Good. Okay. Enabled if A is greater than 50. 60. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to... Yes, it's going to do the flickery thing when the other stuff kicks in, but everything's going to work, so I'm kind of okay with that. Okay. My next question is, where's my spaceship? How's it getting on? There it is. It's probably halfway. That's not too bad. I kind of want to wait for it to arrive so that I can check that this is all actually working, because... Yeah, I've thrown something together. I have a feeling I'm optimistic. I think I've done everything right, but it's also quite easy to mess this sort of thing up. So yeah, even when it's copy paste, especially if you put it in the wrong way up on a different planet, then you just feel a bit dumb. But I think that's now all implemented. The power situation I think is going to be okay with that switch in there, because that'll cut the core miners off when all of this kicks in. And I've expanded this to be a decent sized nuclear system because this is all quite power hungry when it kicks in, because there's lots and lots of modules in here and no efficiency modules because I noobed it a bit basically. What's that? Oh, it's just an accumulator. Okay, I thought it looked like an naquim accumulator, but they're a lot darker, I think. My only real concern is that we're not going to be using enough cryonite to keep the machines running. So yeah, we shall see. I mean, when we do, a train will come. A train will come out of here, go all the way down here. Blimey. Okay, I'm putting in another turning round point for the train, so they don't go just drive off into the distance forever. Like, that's quick. At least the sound's quick. Interesting. Is that because I'm on the flying the jetpack, or? It's about the same speed. It just makes a really, really quick digging noise if you're jetpacked. That's weird. Have you got any rail? No. I was going to nick some if it did. In fact, I wonder if there is any rail here, because I do have a feeling I'm going to need more than this to put in the turnaround system on the other planet. So let's see if I can summon any. I'm probably not inside the logistics area of whatever this planet has for a logistics area. There we go. Ooh. Well, I'm being brought stuff anyway, so that's a good sign. And some more repair packs as well, by the looks of it. Did I get any rail out of that? No, I didn't. I've got a load of other miscellaneous junk, though. Come on, spaceship. Hurry up and arrive. I want to get out of here. It's cold. Oh, it's nearly there. How fast are these ships, anyway? They're not particularly quick, but... Oh, 45, okay. That's sort of okay, I guess. I don't know really. I don't really know what I expected. I have a feeling this is going to get like 1 or 2 loads of... This is going to get 1 load out if I'm lucky, and then these are all just going to fill up, and the ship is never going to leave, and I'm never going to know whether it works, which is a bit crap. But I'm just not using. I'm not using cryonite up at that sort of at that significant a rate. So yeah, oh, here it comes. And plip. There we go. Let's build the trains. Build the trains. Trains are fueled. Trains are fueled. Our trains going to the right. No, the trains are on manual mode, so they should be going to. So they're on a spaceship. If I do that, they should then try and leave. No, they yeah, they should. What? This should be outputting an A. It is outputting an A. Okay, which should be going to this pylon. Or should it? I don't know how these ships are meant to be wired up. Maybe that shouldn't go to there. Maybe. How do these ships work? Let's have a look at another example, one that that's known to be good. Like the Myokin one, that definitely works. So from here, ooh, no, from here, this connects to. Okay, and that's what I put in. That connects directly to. Yeah, that connects to the spaceship terminal, and to here. This one connects. Yeah, okay. But this is directly connected to the. Okay, so for some reason that isn't connected to there, and I'm not quite sure why not. Stop doing that. That isn't connected to there, and it should be. There we go. So now the train will leave, and this one also on the spaceship will also now try to leave. Okay, so far so good. The fact that I had to go in and fiddle with it makes me worried and think it might not work. But we'll see how it goes. Now this train is nearly 3/4 full. Okay. Oh, I haven't got the balance set up properly. Oh, I've done the thing where I use the wrong type of balancer here. Let's do that and that, and replace this with a. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 4 to 5. Blue belt 4 to 5. Right, let's do this properly for a change. There. Oops. Right, that's done. That's correct now. So it's going to split it more. It's going to split it evenly in theory. I don't know exactly how evenly it's going to be, so take that out of there and then put these into across there like that. Put them in perhaps. Oh, it's because yeah, those ones are full. Right, fair enough. And then the same with the stone. Anything? Any? No, no. Close enough, maybe. Oh no, this one's still a bit empty. Let's take a stack of stone out of there, stack of stone out of there. Balancing, balancing, balancing. Very, very, very manually, but put all that in there. There we go. Right, so that's now nearly full. This should balance in the future and cause fewer problems. So I think any problems that do occur down there, I can probably sort out remotely. So I'm going to hop back in here and then head off to Asalia and try and hit that with a spanner until it works. Asalia, go. And Asalia is a really, really tiny planet, so I'm not going to have any issues with taking off from there. Oh yeah, I should wire the gates up. I don't know, my brain hurts. I don't want to do that at the moment. And I'm not 100% convinced that the system I've been doing actually works, because I had it fail and then I fiddled a little bit, but I don't think I actually changed anything. It hasn't failed since then, as far as I'm aware, but I'm still not slightly unsure about it, so I don't know. Ugh. But I do need to go to bed, actually. It's nearly tomorrow. I suppose I can get over to Asalia, which will be 7 minutes away at this speed, because it's 7 minutes away because I'm short of power, because I'm way outside in the distant parts of the solar system, so these things don't work the solar panels don't work very well. But it'll double in speed as we get closer, so yeah, sort of nearly there. I'll sketch out what I want to do on Asalia first, I think. All right, good night, Visu. Thanks for joining the stream, and I hope you enjoyed it. Yes. So, trains are going to come along here, stop here, but they then need to go in the top of the rocket, the spaceship. So let's extend that along here. No, not quite that far. Up here to here, then go not that far again, then come across here like this. And do that. And no. Oh, it's not going to fit, is it? Oh no, it doesn't fit. Fine. You can't go that way. Well, you could, but I'm not going to let you. Have to come in like this. Oh, why are trains so horrible? Okay, that kind of works, because then from here I can do that, but doesn't work. Nothing works. Bloody that. And then coming out here. Oh. Let's move the whole thing up a little, up one. What? Oh, the signals are in the way. Oh, let's just get there and sort that one out by hand. It's going to be easier. Yeah, so trains go in at the top, come out the bottom and loop back up to here. And yes, it's a horrible mess. No, I can't. I don't want to move everything else around to fix it. Oh, why is there no power? Why is there no power? Has a nuclear power plant on this planet finally just run out of fuel at this rather coincidental moment? Oh, I suppose I've started using a lot more power, which would explain why it might have suddenly had issues. Is it down here? Is it still a nuke plant? No, it's got got loads of fuel. What? Why are they... What the diddle... Hey? Why is this just spontaneously died? Okay, it's full of used up uranium cells. Why is it not exerting? Because it's run out of power mid-swing? It's just not bothering? That's weird. I don't understand why that's broken. I really don't. I'm 12 seconds away though, so I'll be able to have a look at it and hit it with the spanner. Is there any rail in here? There's a space rail. I suppose I could use space rail. It feels like a waste, but... yeah, let's anchor up here. Because this is the main thing I'm trying to fix. But let's nip down there and find out why these nuclear power plants have failed. Let's take that out of there and let's put a few of these in here just to sort of to get it going. Oh, it's found some rail. Excellent. Those go. So that's now hot. Well, yeah, it is. So these should be hot. Oh, but these don't kick in because I've not got any water, and I haven't got. Have I not got any solar panels? I must have. Please tell me I've just chucked them in the chest up here. Yes, I have. Good. That's ridiculous. Is it night time? It's night time. Oh, come on. Daytime? Come on. Dawn, please. I don't even know how to look at what time of the day it is on a planet. When is it going to be dawn? It's a 20-minute day-night cycle, so if it's just got dark, I could be waiting for about 5 minutes. Oh, and there's a solar panel over here as well, just for sort of emergencies. So I don't understand why this is all croaked. So that's the one that puts them in. Fine, that goes when there's less than 1.2 million steam, which presumably there is. Yes. This is the one that takes them out. It should just run all the time. There's nothing on the wrong side of the belt. I don't understand why that failed. And these have stopped because there's no water in them, but that stopped because there's no electricity to provide to make the pumps go to provide the water. So that sort of makes sense. But why did these stop? That's a mystery. I'm very confused. I'm going to just nip up and put the rail down while I'm waiting for things to sort themselves out, though. Or I'm just going to fly into the side of my spaceship and go bump onto the floor. Right, so that's that put in. It's kind of ugly, but it's there. And now I was going to move this up one so that I can come down here. Move this up one. Oh dear. It's not going to work. And I've run out of rail. There isn't room with those stations there. Oh, that's not too much of a problem. I can move those to like here. Their exact position doesn't matter, but having run out of rail is a more serious problem. And that can be moved as well, like that. Then this needs to come up here far enough off that it's not going to interfere with the ship, which I think here is fine. Oh, I haven't run out of rail. I thought I had. Ooh, this might just work. Or I might be just ever so slightly short. Oh, quite a bit down here that I need as well. Is there anywhere I can nick some from? That's my next question. Yes, down here. Okay. Let's go down and have a look at the let's go down and have a look at the energy generation again. That's a thing that needs to be checked before I can definitely before I can call this done. If I pull up that, then these will start working. That'll pump water in around here. I can hear sizzling. There we go. Things are starting to work again now. I really don't know why that failed. Yeah, I need to move the clamp completely to the other side as well. So yeah, there's a big change needed for the clamp. Satisfaction is very, very low, but that's kind of okay. It's not good, but it's okay. I'm hoping that power generation is going to be increasing. No, it's gone up and it's plateaued at that point. Put in another. Right, those running at full speed as well. So now we've got water coming in at full speed. So hopefully that'll get everything ticking over. Okay, that's one step up for the first ones, a second step up for the second ones getting going. But we need this. Is this what's going on? What are those robots doing? I don't know. Is this? I don't understand. Is this quad reactor system just not producing the amount of energy I'm asking for? Ooh, more rail. That's convenient. I can't remember what I expect one of these quad reactor systems to produce. Let's look at Frost again, because that was going okay, I think. And that just has, yeah, it has the one quad reactor here, and that's producing, 470 megawatts. Right, okay, so the problem is that out here on wherever I am now, we actually require 1.2 gigawatts because there's all of these beacons using 170 megawatts of power. Yeah, so this is about right. It's perhaps not quite as efficient as as efficient as it should be, but it's close-ish. It's just that the power demands here are much higher than they were on Frost, largely because these wide area beacons using a crazy amount of power. I'm amazed this ever worked, basically, because if we're producing 450 megawatts, and even without the mining drills, we'll still be trying to use a gigawatt. How did this ever work? I don't understand. That's very strange. I mean, or maybe it's always just been a bit starved of power, and then not working very well, and then coming out and putting this in just caused it to keel over. Okay, so I need a beam for Asalia. Beam power Asalia. Can't spell Asalia, but it doesn't matter. So that'll be a sort of a first thing to do next time. Yeah, I've got a couple of ships here trying to fill up with, trying to fuel up, but it's going a bit badly because we've got no power. Okay, so that's going to need to be sorted. I'll put that. That's definitely high on the to-do list for next time. But as for now, I think it's definitely time to go to bed. So it is now actually tomorrow. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been, I feel like I've got stuff done. It's been quite a good stream generally, I think. What have I done? I'm trying to remember now. So I went out to I started out in Realm of Shadows, and no, I went out to Realm of Shadows. Oh yes, I added in the additional trains up here. I don't know why these trains are moaning. How do I tell them to stop moaning about the fuel supply on them? Anyway, I've got more trains here bringing in the naquitite now for the crushings and the smashings and the Wahey McGlavins. Um, is that the only one that's actually got enough? No, this one's absolutely full. Okay, I don't know why they're not coming in a bit more rapidly. That's something else to have a look at then, because these should all be running really. Oh, they're on manual. That's why. Right. Okay, that's going to help a bit with the naquim supply there then. Uh, sigh. I'm surprised that one hasn't gone anywhere yet, though. If I got a, let's deliberately set a limit trains here to 4. See if that helps. Because there's 2 of them out at the moment, so that's well. Anyway. Yeah, things are sort of ticking over. Reasonably happy with this. It needs a little bit more looking at, but it's basically going. Oh, there goes another one. Okay, cool. It does seem to be sort of working. Then back in Norvis orbit, I tinkered with. I feel like I just fiddled with stuff over here a bit. Oh yeah, I got the production of modules going a bit better. So we've actually got a handful of these tier 8 modules now. That's sort of going. And I got the science going as well. So we've researched arcospheres, but other than that, not really touched them. And then I went around and messed around with some of the core mining and things like that. So it's been reasonably productive. I like to think. I'm not sure if it really has. I've got some stuff done anyway. So yes, thank you for watching. There'll be a summary video where I'll say basically what I just said now, but in a bit more detail and a bit more coherence at the weekend. And there'll be a GTA video on Thursday. There won't actually be a Factorio stream next week, I'm afraid. I'm going to be on holiday, so there won't be any streams then. But I'm going to try and get at least one Factorio video out anyway, just sort of to tide you all over and so you don't miss me too much. So yeah, next week is going to be very, very quiet, but I'll be back the week after at the normal time and doing a stream as normal. So as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.